All right. So thanks again for taking that opportunity to connect in those networking pairs and want to move forward and would like to share, Mary and I would like to share a little bit about our background. Before we do that, also want to introduce you to Janice, who is a member of our NFSN team, and she is doing all of the magical tech things in the background. And Janice also manages attendance and things like that. So if you have any questions or anything, feel free to shoot her a message. So troubleshooting sound, just absolutely anything. She is your girl. And Mary and I will be your trainers for the training. Mary, do you want to kick us off with sharing a little bit about you?
Okay, my name is Mary Robinson Griffey, and have been with the NFSN since last October as an administrative associate. And I come from from the family resource field. I worked as a family resource coordinator for 20 years in a school-based FRC in Maysville, Kentucky. So I'm very familiar with the work and had the opportunity to go through the standards training and start to implement that in my work. And I call it my before and my after, because my before I was running around stomping on fires, and my after I was proactively actually creating things to help keep those fires from bursting out. As we know, that still happens, but I think you're going to love these standards, and I really am glad to see all of you here today. So I'll kick things back over to Julie.
Thanks, Mary. So I joined the National Family Support Network team back in 2018, and we're a small team, small but mighty. So have worn many different hats. Right now, my role is my primary focus is the standards, and similar to Mary, I also have a background in family resource centers. I was at a family resource center here in upstate New York for 10 years, and so I had the opportunity to use the standards at the program level and really saw the difference that they made. So super excited to share these standards with you as well. And let's go ahead and dive in. So here you'll see a map. So the National Family Support Network, we are comprised of statewide networks of family resource centers. And you'll actually see in the back pocket of your manual, you'll see an overview document that has a map that looks similar to this. So a lot of what I'll share now will be on there, but just wanted to mention that's there. So the National Family Support Network, we were founded in 2011. And at that time, there were just 8 states that were green on this map. So since then, we have more than quadrupled in size, and we are up to 39 member networks that represent more than 3,000 family resource centers that are working with more than 2 million of our nation's families annually. And our mission is to promote positive outcomes for all children, families, and communities by leveraging the collective impact of state networks and championing quality family support and strengthening practices and policies. And our vision, in short, is that that whole map that you just saw, that the whole map would be green. So that way we are ensuring that all families have access to quality family support programs in their very own communities that are supported by strong networks. And so now let's take a look at what we'll be doing together through this standard certification training. So take a moment to turn to the very first page of your manual. It's in front of any of the tabs. It's just right behind the cover. So turn to that real quick. And let's take a look at these desired outcomes together. So by the end of the training, we'll check in tomorrow afternoon and see how we did. These are our goals for you all that we hope to accomplish. So the first is that you'll understand the frameworks on which the standards are based, and that you'll understand the standards and feel ready to apply them, and that you'll understand how the standards can enhance your work with families. So again, we'll check in tomorrow, see how we did with that, but those are our desired outcomes for you all during this training. And also on that page, you'll see this agenda. So this is an overview of our time together. And so we are going to we are going to dive in with sharing the introduction, some introductory stuff. We're also going to share some context about the standards and that'll include the family support field and the frameworks that the standards are based upon. And then today we're going to cover family centeredness, family strengthening, and part of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then tomorrow we'll welcome you back. We'll actually be finishing up the diversity, equity, and inclusion section, and then be diving into the last two sections. So the community strengthening section and the evaluation section. So there's 5 sections of the standards that we'll be working through today and tomorrow. And then both today and tomorrow, you'll have a next steps activity where you'll have an opportunity to discuss future plans, what you're thinking about in regards to the standards. And then we'll close with sharing some resources and events that are available to you through the national network. And we also will be closing with a quiz and evaluation at the end of the training. So one thing that's really important that's not here on this agenda is that there'll be a number of breaks, and those will be announced as we have them. So those breaks will take place roughly about every 90 minutes, okay? So those are breaks. And so there's a lot of content to cover, and we will do our best to do so in an engaging way. So just to help the training run smoothly, we are going to go over a few training procedures. So upon successfully completing the training, each of you will receive a certificate that is valid for 2 years from tomorrow's date. And so this certifies you as an individual, and it goes with you regardless of where you may work in the future. And in order to receive the certificate, you must be present and engaged throughout the training, as well as pass the open book quiz that is at the end of the training tomorrow. And engaged participation is very important, so please limit your breaks to the ones that we have scheduled. And we also, part of engagement is being on camera throughout the training. So please ensure that your camera is on, particularly when you are in breakout rooms. And also want to name upfront that it can be very easy to get distracted in this virtual setting. So please tuck away cell phones, close those extra browser windows that are trying to distract us, save texting and emailing for the breaks. And we as trainers will be engaged as well. And next, just want to highlight some of the Zoom features that we will be using in this training. We won't go over all things Zoom, but we'll go over some of the different Zoom tools that we'll be using in the training. So the first one is muting and unmuting. So we ask everyone if you could keep your line muted when you're not speaking. That helps reduce background noise. And you can do so by clicking on the bottom, the panel that's at the bottom of your screen. Right now, everyone lines are muted, so it should say unmute. So if you click that, you'll unmute and vice versa. So we ask that everyone does that when you're not speaking. In Zoom reactions, so if you on that same panel where you see mute and unmute, you'll see reactions. It's a little smiley face with a plus sign. So if you click that, you'll see a bunch of emojis that are there. And so we will be asking sometimes like for a show of thumbs or a round of applause, things like that. Those are the ones we'll be using. There are other fun ones there. So if you're feeling festive, feel free to throw a party symbol out there or a heart or, feel free to use those as you'd like. The reactions do disappear on their own after a few seconds, so you don't have to do anything to make those go away. The next feature is the hand raise feature. So if you have the latest version of Zoom, I know I'm horrible about updating, so don't feel bad if you don't. But if you have the most recent version of Zoom, you'll click reactions and then you'll see a raise hand button. So you'll click raise hand. And that'll let us know you have something to say or you'd like to volunteer. And then if you have a previous version of Zoom, you'll click participants on that panel that's at the bottom, and that will open a white panel along the right side of your screen. And then it'll be at the bottom of that, it'll say raise hand. So one of those two ways should help you raise your hand. If you're having any trouble with that, just let Janice know and we can try to troubleshoot that. But we will be asking for volunteers, so use that hand raise feature as you'd like to. And also want to mention too that the raise hand icon will not go away on its own. So when you're finished raising your hand, go back to the place where you raised your hand and it'll say lower hand. So all righty. And then the chat box. So the chat box we'll be using a bunch throughout the training. So that should be in the middle-ish of the that bottom panel there, that Zoom panel on the bottom of your screen. So if you click chat, it'll open a external chat window, or it may open it in the right panel on there for you. But we will be using that throughout the training a bunch. So we encourage you to keep this open and to follow it. We will be using this kind of like a parking lot throughout the training. So if you think of any questions, we don't want you to forget them. So make sure you type them in, and that way you will be able to answer your questions. So if you do have a question like just for Janice or just for one of us, you can click the drop down box. Like right now it says everyone. If you click that drop down box, and you can pick an individual to message. So like Janice and Mary and I all say NFSN right at the front, and they should be at the top. We should all be at the top there for you. And Janice says NFSN Tech. So be super easy for you to find if you want to or need to private message any of us. So again, encourage you to use that chat box for a parking lot for questions as well. And we also recommend that you keep your the Zoom window in full screen mode. Most of the fonts are pretty easy to read, but it just helps so you're able to see everything as well as possible. And lastly, want to mention that we will be reading some material out loud. We'll be asking for some volunteers to do so. So that will help with our auditory learners. So rather than calling on people individually, we won't do that. We do appreciate if you feel comfortable to read, to volunteer to do so by using the Zoom hand raise feature that we talked about a few moments ago. All right, so that's all of our training procedures for now. As we introduce other features throughout the training, we'll show you how to use those. So without further ado, we'll turn things over to Mary to walk you through the next portion.
Okay, so now we're getting to the good part. We're going to start using our standards workbook. So if everybody can turn right behind the tab that says that's the workbook tab, we're going to turn to page 1. And we're going to start talking about our standards. The standards are about families. And so we've got to ask ourselves, who are these families that we're talking about? So families may be self-defined in many ways, but our focus with these standards is on families who are responsible for raising children. And these families consist of at least one adult and one child who are related biologically, emotionally, or legally. And families may consist of one parent, two parents, grandparents, foster parents, legal guardians, or they just may arise from a need for mutual support. The standard is offered as one way to ensure that these families are supported and strengthened through quality practice. The standards give us a shared language to talk about our work across many different geographic areas and kinds of programs, such as family resource centers, home visiting programs, and child development programs. The standards uniquely integrate and operationalize two key frameworks in the family support and strengthening field. They are the principles of family support and the strengthening families approach and its evidence-informed 5 protective factors. The standards are designed to be used by all family strengthening stakeholders for planning, providing, and assessing quality services. So let's turn to page 2 in our workbook. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask, we're going to annotate. So we described how to annotate. If you'll click on annotate, I'm going to ask you to pick a stamp and select and put up here who you represent today. I'm starting to see, I see some little dots and I see some hearts. So cool. There's some stars. Great, great. You all are finding it.
And if you aren't able to find it, take a moment and just enter in the chat what you are. That's helpful for us to know as Mary is walking through these. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. So for those of you who represent family strengthening and support programs, you can use these standards as a blueprint for implementing best practice. You can use them for self-assessment and to demonstrate quality. For those of you who are a direct service staff, you can use the standards to reflect on and enhance your work with families. For those of you who represent networks of family strengthening, which I don't see that we have any today, but for those, they can use them for quality assurance, for training and technical assistance, and to adopt as expectation for membership. Policymakers, you can use the standards to endorse this for application in your areas of influence. And can use them to integrate the standards into requests for proposals, monitoring, and quality assurance. And for those of you who represent families, which it looks like we have one here today, you can use the standards to partner with programs to apply the standards and to provide feedback about how well the program's doing applying the standards. So at the program level, implementing the standards effectively requires the commitment and the support of all levels of program responsibility. Executive directors, program managers, coordinators, direct service staff, parent leaders, and families. And that's why we highly encourage teams to participate in certification training together. So if anyone here today came with any of the people that you work with, we really appreciate you all coming together. Today, I haven't had a chance to look over the list to see, but we will find out later when we start doing our networking, whether we have some groups here together. The program implementation continuum that's in your manual in the front section illustrates how implementing the standards effectively is an ongoing multi-step process. And this continuum outlines the steps, sample activities, and the resources associated with them. So if you'll notice today, you're actually at step 3, attending a certification training. But this is only one point on your journey with the standards. And we encourage you to continue, with the next steps being implementing the standard tools that you'll be introduced to in this training, and then developing a program implementation plan. I also want to mention that there is a network continuum on our website, the National Family Support Network. So if you would like to go there after the training, you can actually see one on how the continuum works for a network at the network level. So now we're going to watch a video, and it's Ashley from Texas, and she's going to tell us how the program has benefited from using the standards where she is.
Our program has been since implementing the standards because it's allowed us to really have a roadmap for places that we needed to grow. And it also provided information about what we were already doing that was best practices for our families and the people that we serve. It's really been a fantastic tool, and I'm glad that our program utilizes it so effectively.
One of the things I love that Ashley mentions is that going through the standards, not only did she learn new things that she could do, but she also could see the things that they were doing that were all very quality. And I think that validation in our work is so important. So I think you're really going to enjoy these standards. The standards of quality were developed in 2012 by the California Network of Family Strengthening Networks, based on an earlier version, which was developed by the San Francisco Family Support Network in 2007. They were adopted for national implementation in 2013. And in 2020, they were thoroughly revised with a particular focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and input from across the US and in Canada. The standards come out of a long history of family support and strengthening field that goes back over 100 years. The concept of family support dates back to the late 1800s with the creation of settlement houses in major metropolitan areas such as New York, Boston, Chicago, and San Francisco. Settlement houses provided the large number of immigrants entering the country at that time with support, job training, English classes, and social advocacy as a means to assist them in understanding, adapting to, and succeeding in American society. This slide illustrates the Good Samaritan Settlement House in San Francisco on the left from 1913, and again on the right, its modern look as the Good Samaritan Family Resource Center that continues to serve families today. Originally serving immigrants from Europe, the Good Samaritan House now has evolved into a family resource center serving the Latinx community. Family support as a term first emerged in the late 1970s to describe welcoming local programs designed to support parents with young children through a variety of resources and services. These programs, such as family resource centers, are voluntary and available for all families. They provide services and activities that are free or low cost for participants. So this slide here has images of community-based family resource centers in New Jersey on the left. On the top is one that's in Vermont, and at the bottom is one in Alabama. And then there's a school-based FRC in Kentucky on the right. So now we're going to hear from Sheila Harwood, who is a parent participant in an FRC in upstate New York.
People underestimate how challenging it can be of trying to balance parenting and effective parenting, mind you, and not having a space to actually vent and communicate and learn alternate ways of rearing their children. People don't realize it is a support that they need, not once in a while, but like all the time. I could see the excitement, the smiles. It is the same every single time they walk in the door. The staff is so friendly. The space is so inviting. So it gives us an opportunity to just like kind of brush off life and then escape into this space where they could just relax. And it nourishes us, it feeds us, and allows us to just make, take all of that and positive energy and do life. Regardless of anyone's socioeconomic status, regardless of racial background, educational level, the need is exactly the same. It is a place, a need for a place to be able to sit down with other parents and do life together. And that is something that is so impactful. Once they have that support system in place, it has a ripple effect. And we will glean from that because our communities will thrive. The more support, it's just, it's like a domino effect.
I absolutely love listening to her. It's such validation for the work that we do. I hope each of you all have a champion like that at your family resource center, that you can get that drive to go on, that support, that those kudos. I just love listening to her every time. Every time I'm do one of these trainings, I love to listen to her. So now we're going to turn to page 4 in our workbooks, and we're going to start taking a look. We want to take a look at a visual illustration of family support. For this section, I'm actually going to ask for 4 volunteers to raise your hand to get in the queue if you'd be willing to read for us. I'm going to ask each of you to read just one paragraph for us. That way you all won't have to just listen to me talk all the time. And then it will also help our audio learners. So do I have anyone that would be willing to read paragraph 1 for us? Okay, Belinda, thank you so much for volunteering. If you could read paragraph 1 for us on page 4.
An approach to strengthening families and communities so that both can promote the optimal development of children, youth, and adult family members.
Thank you so much. So family support is an approach. It's a way of working with families that is family-centered, strength-based, and multi-generational. Katie, could you read paragraph 2 for us, please?
Yes, a type of grassroots community-based program designed to strengthen families.
Thank you. Family support may also refer to programs working with families using the approach in bullet 1, such as family resource centers. Henry, thank you so much for volunteering. Could you read paragraph 3 for us, please?
A shift in human services delivery that encourages public and private agencies to work in partnership with families to become more preventative, responsive, flexible, family focused, strength-based, holistic, and effective.
Thank you so much. So family support is a shift in human services delivery, and it's a different way of providing social services. So could I get just one more volunteer to read paragraph 4 for us, please? Thank you so much, Angelica.
A movement for social change that urges policymakers, service providers, parents, and employers to take responsibility for improving the lives of children and families and for ensuring that they get what they need to succeed.
Thank you so much. So we see that family support is a movement for social change. It's a call to action for change in our society. So as you can see, the term family support can mean multiple things at any one time. It is unique that we work in a field that covers such a wide range of responsibility. So now we're going to take a look at the first of the two frameworks on which the standards are based. So if you can turn to page 5, I'm going to need 9 volunteers this time. But before we get started, we're going to do a poll because I'd like to see how familiar you are with these principles. Give it just okay. Looks like we've got 100% participation. Thank you all so much. And it looks like the majority of you are somewhat familiar with the principles. And then we go to not familiar is our next highest, and then familiar, and then a few of you are very familiar. So people sometimes think that staff are the experts with our education, our knowledge, and our experience, and our goal is to fix a problem family. But this principle challenges the notion by saying that staff and families are equal. As staff, we do come to the table with our education, our knowledge, and our experience, but the families also bring their own strength and their resources and are the most knowledgeable about their past experiences. It is only by working as partners in relationships based on equality and respect that we will achieve the best outcomes together. So now if I could have a volunteer, okay, Rihanna, could you read Principle 2 for us, please?
Staff enhances families' capacity to support the growth and development of all family members, adults, youth, and children.
All right, so this principle emphasizes that we in the family support field look at the whole family and not just the individual. If only one member of the family participates in our activities, we want to be asking about and inviting other members of the family as well. We know that when multiple family members are involved, the family will be more likely to have better outcomes. Belinda, could you read Principle 3 for us?
Families are resources to their own members, to other families, to programs, and to communities.
So unique to the family support perspective is that we do not see staff as having all the answers or even doing all the work to support families. The families themselves are encouraged to support other families. And there's a strong emphasis on connecting families to share resources and information and to build networks of peer support. Thank you so much. Angie, could you read Principle 4 for us, please?
Programs affirm and strengthen families' cultural, racial, and linguistic identities and enhance their ability to function in a multicultural society.
Thank you so much. This principle, which is commonly referred to as the diversity principle, has 2 equally important components. The first is about respecting and working with the diversity of the families that the families bring. The second part is about preparing them for and connecting them with the larger community where they will interact with people different than themselves. And this will support them to fully participate in the diverse society in which we live and navigate, what we call the dynamics of difference. Danielle, could you read paragraph 5 for me, or Principle 5 for me?
Programs are embedded in their communities and contribute to the community building process.
So family support programs do not see themselves as simply social service providers, but as a community strengtheners as well. They are grounded and connected in their communities, and they seek to improve them. They also work to develop families, taking responsibility for and leadership in their communities. An illustration of this is in this photograph of families which are engaged in a multi-generational community cleanup project. This was organized by a Family Resource Center in Chula Vista, California. Principle 6. I'm going to try so hard not to butcher anybody's name, but Jatasha, is that right?
Jatasha.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's Jatasha.
Okay, yay.
Programs advocate with families for services and systems that are fair, responsive, and accountable to the families served.
Thank you so much. So now let's take an opportunity to do a little chat box activity. I'm going to ask you, what are some of the major systems that the families you work with typically interact with? If you could just jot something down into the chat for us. Schools, yeah. School district, right. CPS, definitely. Hospitals, yeah, definitely. Thank you all so much. Faith-based, oh wow, now they're popping in. Faith-based, DFCS. Schools, health departments, exactly. So I've got another question for you, and you can respond in the chat again. Are all of these systems fair and responsive and accountable to the families that they serve? What do you think? No, I'm getting lots of no's, exclamation points. Absolutely not. It's not always. Okay, so we got some that say not always, so maybe sometimes they are. So, that's where our work comes in. As family support providers, we work with our families to help improve the systems to better serve them. And this is an example of family support as a shift in human services delivery and a movement for social change. Principle number 7, Hashima.
Okay, practitioners work with families to mobilize formal and informal resources to support family development.
Thank you so much. So this principle highlights the strong emphasis in the family support field on resources. If we looked around the country, we would see that the most common type of family support program is called, you guessed it, a family resource center. So you see it's right there in the name, Family Resource Center, and this emphasis is on resources. We often say that family strengthening and support programs are inherently collaborative because while no one program could directly provide all the supports a family may need, it's our responsibility to know where those resources are and help families successfully connect to them. And it's one of my favorite things that my father used to say to me. It wasn't about resources and family resource, but it was about knowledge. And he used to say, half of the world's knowledge is knowing where the other half lives. So I can kind of say that about Family Resource Center. Half of the resources is knowing where those other resources are. So we get those out to our families. Principle number 8. Jasmine, could you please read that for us?
Programs are flexible and continually responsive to emerging family and community issues.
So this concept of flexibility is very important because families and communities change. For example, the typical American family of today is not the same as the typical American family of the 1950s or even the 1980s. A neighborhood that is majority Latinx today might be majority Asian in 5 years. And issues may also emerge that significantly affect families, such as an economic downturn or even a natural disaster. Programs need to be flexible and responsive to these changes. This photograph on this slide shows a community needs assessment process, which was being conducted by surveying families. So now principle number 9, I just need one more volunteer. If I could get someone to volunteer to read that for me. All right, Katie, thank you so much for volunteering. If you could read that principle.
Principles of family support are modeled in all program activities, including planning, governance, and administration.
So this is the catch-all principle because it says that all of the above principles should be applied in everything that you do: planning, governance, and administration. And these principles have implications for how we develop programs, how they're led, and how we support our staff. So the standards show us how to apply all of these principles in everything we do. So now we're going to do a principles pair sharing exercise. We're going to give you about 6 minutes. We're going to put you into breakout groups and give you the opportunity to just chat and talk about which principles that we just went over particularly resonate with you and why. You're going to receive a 2-minute warning before you come back, and probably a 30-second warning too. We'll try really hard not to cut anybody off in conversation. Do we have any questions before we send you to the breakout groups? Okay, Janice, if you're ready, we are ready to send them off, and we will see everybody back in 6 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that was fun for everyone. You had a good time discussing the principles, and we just got one more chat activity to go with this. If you could put in the chat, which principle particularly resonated with you, like as a group or individuals? Which ones you thought resonated? 8, 3, and 6. Yeah. So we're getting a lot. 8 and 3, 1. Now, usually I get somebody that's going to put 9 in there because it's all the principles. I don't see that today, but I love this. We have a lot of 8s, a lot of 3s. So I'm glad you all enjoyed that. I hope you had a good time. And now I'm going to turn things back over to Julie.
Thanks, Mary. So we are going to move right in to the second framework that the standards are based upon. So Mary covered with you the first, the principles, and now we'll look at the second, which, spoiler alert, it's here on your screen. But before we dive in, we have a poll question for you. And it's telling me my polling is disabled. Janice or Mary, could one of you help me just to launch the poll to see how familiar our folks are with the 5 protective factors? So these are the strengthening families 5 protective factors. And I can't see them at all if you've launched them. So
good. I'm just waiting for them to finish up typing.
Great. Yeah. Well, once it's done, if you could just share out how familiar everyone is. Super weird. Zoom is not my friend today, apparently.
Okay. All right. So it looks like 38% are somewhat familiar. 29% are familiar. 19% are very familiar, and 14% are not familiar at all with this protective.
So it looks like this next little portion will be a review for some of you. And for those of you that weren't familiar, no worries at all. By the end of this section, you'll be able to say you are as well. So let's take a look at these. So the 5 protective factors come to us from the Center for the Study of Social Policy, and they are research-based and evidence-informed. And research has shown that these 5 protective factors do in fact increase family stability, enhance child development, and reduce the likelihood of child abuse and neglect. So let's take a look at these protective factors together. So if you turn in your manual on page 6, you can see these here. So for this section, I'll just walk through these 5 protective factors that are in your manual, and you'll also see on the slides paraphrase language that comes to us from parents in California who put these 5 protective factors into their own words. So let's look at parental resilience first. So as parents worded this protective factor is all about being strong and being flexible. So like this image of the palm tree swaying back and forth in the wind, it is being blown back and forth, but the important part is it's still standing. So this protective factor is the ability to weather the storm of life experiences, and it often includes being strengthened by and transformed by those experiences. So let's look at social connections together. So parents worded this as parents need friends, and don't we all, right? So this protective factor is all about parents and caregivers developing positive relationships that lessen stress and isolation and help them to build their support network. And the next one is concrete support in times of need. So this one, parents worded as we all need help sometimes. So this protective factor is about basic access to basic needs, such as food, housing, clothing, things like that. Let's take a look at this one together. So this is the knowledge of parenting and child development. So parents worded this as parents need to know how children grow. So this protective factor is about parents understanding what healthy child development is. And that way they have reasonable expectations of their children and know how to best support them. And then last, but certainly not least, we have social and emotional competence of children. So parents worded this as parents need to help children to interact and to communicate well. So this protective factor is about helping children to develop the ability to communicate clearly, to recognize and regulate their emotions, and to establish and maintain relationships. So that is a super quick overview of the 5 protective factors. Now I want to ask you all to turn to page 7 in your manuals, and you'll see this diagram. So this chart, this illustrates the everyday actions that we can all take. To help families build each of these 5 protective factors into your work. So building these factors leads to the positive results of strengthened families and optimal child development and the reduced likelihood of child abuse and neglect. So we are now going to give you an opportunity to connect with another individual in the training. So for this pair share, you'll have an opportunity to discuss what everyday actions that you are doing already. And so you will be, your groups will be named for one of the 5 protective factors. So we ask that you focus on that particular protective factor. You may need to take the Zoom app out of full screen mode in order to see which protective factor you have. So if you take it out of full screen mode, you'll see the panel along the top. Sometimes it's gray, silver, blue, just depending what type of platform you're joining from. I know on a Mac it's gray, silver. So just look at that top bar, and let's see, for this group, you'll have 6 minutes. And so I'll just give you a quick example. If it says parental resilience across the top, you'll look at the everyday actions for that protective factor in that blue box and determine which of those you're already doing. So hope that helps. And are there any questions before we get started? All right. If there's no questions, we'll see everyone in 6 minutes. Thank you.
I don't see the box. Would you like to see the box?
So right now it should say, if you take it out of full screen mode on a PC, it's white. Right now mine just says Zoom meeting.
Okay.
So where you see Zoom meeting right now is where you'll see it'll say the protective factor.
Very good.
Okay. And if you can't find it, hopefully your partner can. And if not, there's an ask for help button in the room so we can help you. So yes. All right. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you all had a great opportunity to connect about those everyday actions. We are curious, and this would be one that you could do a reaction. You could do a thumbs up or applause or any emoji that you find. Did you find that you were engaging in these everyday actions? Yeah, I'm seeing lots of thumbs. Great, great. So of those of you that said yes with your thumbs or your party emojis, I see some of those out there too. Would you want to share a highlight from what you discussed? Eden, go right ahead. Oh, and you're on mute. The Zoom quote of 2020 to 2022, right?
I think one of the biggest things that we had in common that we shared was having access, like being able to provide different areas, because my program works all over, and some of these families don't have access to the resources. So giving them that information or providing that access to them because they don't know where to go, that was a really big important thing that we felt like was in common with most of our families.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Eden.
Mm-hmm.
And would anybody else like to share? We have time for one more if somebody else feels comfortable to share. Thank you. Is it Hashima? Is that how you say your name? Great.
Absolutely, yes, thank you. So we had concrete support in times of need, and something that stood out for us was the importance of acknowledging the crisis, even when it doesn't allow for us to stop immediately and probably like resolve the situation. And then another thing was the importance of information and referrals, but also follow-up, right? So making sure that we're finding a contact person before we give a referral, right? Making sure that we're following up with them within 24 to 48 hours to make sure that that worked for them. And so that was some of the things that really stood out for us in our little session. I talked too much, so I'll digress now.
Well, it sounds like you had a really productive, was it, how many minutes did you have? Was it 8 minutes? 6 minutes, 6 minutes. That was a super productive 6 minutes. Great. This is the group to solve the world's problems right here. All right. Well, thanks everyone to diving into that. It sounds like you're all doing wonderful things in your programs to support families. Wonderful. I'm going to share my screen again here. And so now that we have covered the two frameworks that the standards are based upon, we've reviewed those, check that off. Now we're going to look at the standards themselves and how they're organized. So they are organized into 5 areas of practice, and you'll see these on page 8 in your manual. So turn that page over. So the 5 sections of the standards are family centeredness, family strengthening, diversity, equity, and inclusion, community strengthening, and evaluation. So each of these sections have standards, indicators, and implementation examples. And there are 15 standards and 26 indicator pairs that we will be reviewing. So a lot of valuable content to cover. So we will do our best to cover the content in an engaging way. We'll utilize different methods that support various learning styles. So for example, for our visual learners, you have your manuals, there's handouts you'll be using, and the PowerPoint. For our auditory learners, we'll be reading some content out loud. And for kinetic and tactile learners, we will be doing activities together. So we do ask for your patience and for your understanding when we are covering a learning style that may be different from your own. And also want to mention up front that this training, we will cover each of these 5 sections at a broad level. And you likely will determine that you would like to cover some of these different topics in more depth, or maybe want to find trainings to explore these topics in more depth. And we definitely encourage you to do that. All right, we have come to a very important part of our day. And that is our first break. So we will be on a break for 30 minutes, and I'll put the return time in the chat. So we'll be coming back at 1:10 Eastern, 12:10 Central, 11:10 Mountain, and I got, okay, 10:10 Pacific. Is that right? Okay. All right. Great. Sorry, I do get until I hit Pacific and then my brain's done. All right. So we'll see everyone in 30 minutes. Have a fabulous break. We will leave this Zoom room open. So if you'd like to stay connected, you can just turn your cameras off and that way you won't have to log back in. If you need to change devices for any reason, now is a great time to do that. You're welcome to leave and rejoin, and we'll be sure to let you in. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great break and had an opportunity to relax and rejuvenate a bit. As you're coming back into the virtual training room, if you don't mind just turning on your video so we know everyone's back here. That's really helpful. We are going to jump right into the first section of the standards, and that is family centeredness. So to help us start thinking about family centeredness, we're going to do an activity. And we're going to ask you a question. So the question is, what does family centeredness mean to you in relation to working with families? And Janice is going to actually put a link in the chat, and we're going to ask you all to click on this link, and it says sticky notes. So click right on that. It's a Google Doc. So take a moment to click on that, and it might take a moment to load just because we're all clicking at once. So what we're going to ask you to do is select a sticky note by clicking on it. And then once you've selected it, it'll make a colorful perimeter around that sticky note. So if you see a perimeter around other sticky notes, you'll know that that one's already been claimed. So there's plenty for everyone. So I want to ask you all to type your answer to the question, which again is, what does family centeredness mean to you in relation to working with families? And we'll ask you to please type one idea per sticky note. And there are some extras. So if you'd like to type an extra sticky note, that's okay. Just be careful that the text doesn't overflow out of your sticky note and into the others. Sometimes that can be a little tricky. All right. Looks like many of you have had success with this. I see you've already been typing them in. And please, if you're having any trouble with this, typing into the document, please private message Janice and she'd be happy to paste it into the document for you. And you can just put it in the chat too. That works as well. We want to make sure we hear from everyone. All right, let's see what you have here, what you came up with for what does family centeredness mean to you in relation to working with families. So family is the expert and our job is to support them. Absolutely. We're supporting families by linking them with necessary resources. Yes. Working with families where they are and with their goals. Yeah. I love the holistically looking at the family. Absolutely. Yeah, having a participant centered approach, absolutely. And the family is the expert, so recognizing that. And also here's more about the goals, the family's goals being specific to their family. Yeah, all families face unique challenges, have unique strengths, absolutely. Partnering with families to identify services that best meet their needs. Yeah, I'm seeing a theme there about listening to families and having them at the table to help decide what goals they have and how they could meet them. Yeah. support the family and help them navigate. Yeah, absolutely. Partnering with the family to understand what they need. And yeah, absolutely. Meeting them where they're at. Yes. Ensuring that all family members are included in the decision making. And we'll talk about that more throughout the training about how we engage different family members. Yes. I see several about the meeting families where they're at. Yeah, literally, emotionally. Yeah. So in many different ways, right? Um, yes. Great. Respecting families where they are. Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for helping us think about what family centeredness means to you in relation to working with families. We love that activity to start us thinking about family centeredness and what it looks like. So thank you so much for your participation in the activity. So now that you have helped us start to think about family centeredness, we are now going to turn to page 12 in your manuals, and we're going to see how family centeredness is talked about in the standards. So let's take a look at this slide, and this looks just like your page 12. So you'll see each section, like it's here on this page, each section has an introduction page, which is what this is. And there's a section header at the top. So that's what's in blue. And the description that explains the importance of this area of practice. And that's right under that in the black text. And then the standards are over here listed on the right, and you'll see there's the standard FC1 and so on. Those are the standards themselves. And then the specific family support principles and the protective factor that are reflected in each section are in the bottom. Those are in italics at the bottom there. So we'll see this each time we're introduced to a new section of the standards. And would like to ask for a volunteer, and I'll actually need 3 volunteers for this, to read the paragraphs on the introduction to family centeredness. So looking at page 12, I'll need 3 readers, 1 for each of those paragraphs. And anybody that feels comfortable to volunteer to read, we'd appreciate if you use that virtual hand raise function to volunteer to read, and that will put you in the queue and will help us move through that. Would anybody like to volunteer to read? Thank you so much. Belinda, would you mind reading the first paragraph?
Program works with a family-centered approach that values families and recognizes them as integral to the program. Families are involved in the planning, development, and implementation of the program. Services and activities are developed in response to the interests and needs of the family. The program is accessible, physically, virtually via time of operation and languages used, and welcoming to families.
Great. Thank you so much for reading, Belinda. So exactly, with its family-centered approach, the program is engaging families in planning, in developing and implementing it, and is ensuring that it's accessible to them. I know that was something we talked about just a few moments ago on the sticky note, so making sure it's accessible. Yes, great. And Rayona, am I saying your name correctly?
It's Rihanna.
Rihanna, okay, sorry. Got it. If you would mind reading the second paragraph, please. Thank you.
The program conducts outreach to engage families. Staff members develop and sustain healthy relationships with families.
Thanks so much, Rihanna. So the outreach to and developing healthy relationships with families, that's really important. And last but certainly not least, Hashima, would you mind reading the third paragraph, please?
Yes, the program's administrative practices reflect family centeredness by identifying and being supportive of staff members' own families' needs and interests such as childcare, flexible schedules for working parents, and dependent benefits.
Great. Thank you so much. So the program needs to practice what it preaches by working with its own staff in ways that demonstrate family centeredness. So at the bottom of page 12, you'll see there in this section, family support principles 1 and 9, as well as the parental resilience and concrete support in times of need. Protective factors are reflected in this section. So let's see here. Let's take a look at how the standards are organized in your workbook, and want to ask you to turn to page 13 in your workbook. And let's walk through this page together. So at the top, you'll see the section header. And then underneath that, you'll see the standard. So the standard is right underneath the section header, and this standard is FC1. And so FC stands for family centeredness. And then below that on the left, we have the foundational quality indicator. And then on the right, we have the high quality indicator. And so these indicators explain what we need to do to implement the standards. And then just below that, underneath the indicators are examples. So these examples, important to mention that these are not an exhaustive list. They're not a specific checklist at all. They are simply illustrations that have come from the field as the standards were developed. So different programs will have different kinds of examples, and we encourage you throughout this training to identify your own examples and to record them in the other examples section down there at the bottom. So also at the bottom, want to mention is the next steps section. And this is where you'll be recording your ideas about implementing the standards. So your notes here will help prepare you for the next steps activities that are at the end of today and tomorrow. And so let's take a look at the slide here. And we're going to look at the difference between foundational and high quality. So foundational quality indicators, they create a solid foundation for family support programs. That's where that foundation is, right? And then these foundational quality indicators are designed to be met within the basic resources of a typical family support and strengthening program. And then the high quality indicators, they are built upon that foundation being in place first. We aren't just jumping to high quality. We have to have that solid foundation underneath us. And programs are encouraged to strive to meet high quality, these high quality indicators in order to serve families most effectively. And some high quality indicators may require capacity building or additional resources to meet. So let's take a look at this continuum along the bottom here. So on the left, we start with foundational quality not yet addressed, and then we approach foundational quality, and then we're meeting foundational quality. And this right there in the middle, that is where quality begins. And then we continue along the continuum to approach high quality, and then we're meeting both foundational and high quality. I have a question for you all in the chat box. So open that chat box so you're ready. The question is, why do you think the arrow keeps going after we have already met foundational and high quality? Why does that arrow keep going? What do you think? Right in the chat box would be so helpful. Yeah, Rick hit the nail on the head. Yeah, there's always room for improvement. And because the standard needs to evolve, your program needs to evolve. You're constantly growing, hopefully, right? Yes. So we want to, so we want to continue to grow. So that is why high quality is not called maximum quality. So you won't hear that term. And so implementing these standards, it's very much a developmental process. And it's common that programs may see aspects of their work at different points on the quality continuum. So as we go through the standards today and tomorrow, you may determine that you are already doing quality work in various areas. And hopefully you also can identify areas to work on further. Yes, there's always room to grow. Exactly. Yes. So let's turn to page 9 in your handbook, bouncing around just a little bit. So let's look at the arrow on page 9. So for the first 4 sections of the standards, this is the arrow that we will use to explain the movement from foundational to high quality. So on the left, we see foundational quality, and then on the right, we see high quality. And this represents deeper integration of the standards into the program. So what moves us from foundational to high quality are the elements in the arrow. So here you'll see 3 elements. Let's talk through these. So the first is formal structure. So this is the design, policies, procedures, and intentional strategies with committed resources that ensure consistency of practice. So then we have staff training. So this is staff training to support the implementation of the standard. And family partnership. So partnering with families in the implementation of the standard. So each of these elements help ensure that the standards are more deeply integrated into program practice. So for example, foundational quality, we may do something that's good practice, but how are we actually ensuring that it wasn't just a one-time occurrence? And then at high quality, we have actually set up systems, we set up training, and or we have partnered with families to ensure that it continues to happen. So the particular elements and the number of elements that are needed for high quality differ for various indicator pairs. So sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's all 3, but it's never anything other than these elements that are in the arrow. So we will get to know this arrow really well today and tomorrow. So let's take a look on page 13 at the first standard and its first pair of indicators. So the standard here is at the top in green. So the standard is that the program engages families to participate in program development and implementation. Just below that, we see the foundational and the high quality indicator. So the foundational quality indicator is that the program solicits input from families to shape and plan the program and services. And then the high quality indicator is that the program's design supports partnering with families to have an active role in the development and implementation of the program. So let's take a look at the difference between foundational and high quality here. So I have a couple of questions for you as we're taking a look at the difference here. So as you can see in the arrow, formal structure and family partnership are the elements that are in the arrow that move us from foundational to high quality. So this is another chat box question for you all. So looking at the high quality indicator, what word or words in it reflect formal structure? So in the high quality indicator, what word or words reflect formal structure? Yeah, so it's design. Yeah, it is design because that reflects the intentionality for how the program is structured. One more chat box question for you all. What word or words in the high quality indicator reflect family partnership? What word or words in the high quality indicator reflect family partnership? Amanda and Hashima, you're so close. Halfway there. Yes, Rick. Yes, yes. So it's partnering with families. Yes. So as you can see, we've put the words in the high quality indicators that reflect the arrow elements in bold and italics to make it super easy for you to identify them. So also want to mention here that if there are more than one element in the more than one element in the arrow, both are needed to move to high quality. If you happen to just have one of those, then you'd be meeting foundational quality and approaching high quality. Thinking back to that continuum we talked about. All right. So I want to ask you all to take out a handout from your back pocket. The next one in the stack should be this. Looks just like this here. It's the 360-degree handout. Everybody able to find that okay? All right, so let's take a look at this planning and feedback loop as an illustration of both foundational and high quality practice for this pair of indicators on page 13. So want to ask you to keep your manual open to page 13 and put it next to this handout so you're able to look at those together. We're going to be talking about those, how they relate to each other here. So this model, it originally comes from a family resource center in San Francisco's Chinatown, and it demonstrates how staff can use a family-centered approach to planning activities. And it can also be applied in many other settings. So let's take a look at the steps for how it could be used to plan 3 monthly parenting workshop topics for a quarter. So let's start at the top with step 1. So the program starts by surveying potential participants about their parenting interests, their concerns, asking them what they're interested in. So maybe nutrition, discipline, screen time, things like that. And then step 2, based on those surveys that are conducted, the staff then develop a list of 6 possible workshop topics to address the identified issues and concerns. And then moving to step 3, the staff asks the parent advisory committee, which is comprised of parents and caregivers who represent the community and provide leadership for the program, to review the list and to choose 3 of the topics that they would most like to see offered. And then step 4, the program conducts the 3 selected workshops that were identified. And then step 5, the participants complete the workshop evaluations that not only ask for their feedback about the workshop, but also includes a question about what future topics they would like to see. And then when we're back to the top at 6 again, the program reviews the evaluations and the ideas for future workshops. So this loop, it continues to step 2 again, when based on the participants' input, the staff compile the next list of possible workshop topics. So let's talk through how we talk through this a bit with a loop. So these are going to be chat box questions. So I ask y'all to open your chat box. So you're ready. So referring to the indicator pair in front of you on page 13 that we just talked about, in which step or steps of the loop do you see foundational quality, where we are soliciting input from families to shape and plan the program and services? Which step or steps are we seeing foundational quality here, where we are soliciting the input from families to shape and plan the program and services? And one is absolutely correct as one of them. And the participant survey is absolutely a great example of foundational quality. And there's one other one that I haven't seen just yet. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. Yep, here we go. Okay, so step 5. Step 5 is the other. So yes, exactly. Thank you so much. Because the evaluation includes surveying for future topics, which is another example of foundational quality. All right, another chat box question for you all. In which step or steps do you see high quality with both formal structure and family partnership? Where do we see high quality with both formal structure and family partnership? Which step? All right, so it's 3. Yeah, so let me share why. So having a parent advisory committee involved in choosing is an example of high quality, because the parent advisory committee itself is an example of former structure, and the staff are partnering with those parents and planning the program. All right. One more chat box question. So after using this method to choose workshop topics, What do you think the participation would be like? Low, medium, or high? We'll ask you to put right in the chat. Do you think your participation is going to be low, medium, or high? High. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing most of you said high. So for one of you that said hi, would love to ask for a volunteer to come off of mute and to share why. Why do you think participation would be high? Henry, go right ahead.
Excuse me. I think because the fact that if by you using one of their thoughts and it going out in there and they actually being involved with it, that it's going to bring more people back in to start using those same thoughts or to grow thoughts, I guess, and creating more community together.
Yeah. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, exactly. So this approach, it ensures that you are providing exactly what the community wants because you've asked them, right? And the parent advisory committee, they themselves are more likely to participate in the workshop themselves and recruit other parents because they're invested in it. They were part of that process. They were at the table. All right, and we'll use this tool again, so we'll come back to that. So keep that handy in that pocket. All right, so now we are going to conduct a group activity to help you get to know the standards in this section. So pull out the blue family centeredness examples activity handout from the back pocket of your manual. Should be next up in line there in the stack there. So what we're going to do is ask you to introduce yourselves to each other and then to review the standard and indicator pair that are assigned to you on the workbook page, and then review each of the assigned examples and determine if it illustrates both foundational and high quality. And then lastly, we'll ask you to select 2 reporters to report back to the larger group. One will read out the standard, indicator, and arrow, and the next will read out the examples and how you classified them. So again, when you're in these groups, you may have to take it out of full screen mode to see that bar where you saw the protective factors earlier today. So you'll look there again for your group number and say you're group 1, you'll go right to here where it says group 1, and you'll look at those examples and determine if they're foundational or high quality. And the directions are right here on the handout. They're the same. So feel free to refer to those as you need to. And so we will give you for this activity 10 minutes. And Janice will hopefully give you a 2-minute warning to so you know when to wrap up. And that's always a good marker to remind yourself to assign your who's going to share out, who's going to be your reporters at that 2-minute mark. Are there any questions at all before we get started? All right, we'll see everyone in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had enough time to finish up or come close. And if not, no big deal. We're all in this together, so nobody left behind here. So let's dive in. So we are going to walk through these the groups chronologically, and we will ask each of the groups to present. And since we are certifying you on all of the standards, we ask you to make sure you're following along for not only the one that your group was working on, but we need your help following along in your workbook as we review all of them together. So let's start with group 1. So group 1 will ask you, your first reporter, to read out the standard, indicator, pair, and arrow element. And then their second reporter will read out the examples. We'll ask you to share those one at a time and how you rated them so we can review them. All right. Go right ahead, Angie.
All right. So our foundational quality indicator, it's FC 1.1. Program solicits input from families to shape and plan the program and services. And then the arrow is formal structure and family partnership. Programs design supports partnering with families to have an active role in the development and implementation of the program.
Great, thanks, Angie. And then your second reporter, if you could kick us off on the blue sheet with your first example and then share how you rated it.
So our first, that's me. Our first example is each month the Parent Advisory Committee and staff collectively review suggestions that have been put in the suggestion box in the lobby. And we rated that one as high quality.
Yeah, thanks, Rihanna. And that is spot on because we see both formal structure and family partnership. Perfect.
All right. Our second one was our participants have limited literacy. So when we really want to know what they think about something, we conduct focus groups. And we did that one. We said that one was foundational.
Also correct. 2 for 2. Great job, group one.
The last one was we provide stipends for parents who help with planning and putting on our big fundraising event each year. And we said that one was high quality.
Perfect. Perfect. Great. Well, great job, group one. You did a wonderful job identifying where we had formal structure, family partnership, and where we weren't quite there yet. So wonderful. Let's give group one a round of applause. Thank you so much for kicking us off. You can do a virtual or you can do a real hands, whichever you prefer. Thanks so much, group one. All right, let's all turn to page 14 in your manuals and group two. If you could kick us off with reading your standard, indicator, pair, and arrow element.
So standard FC2 program is accessible physically, virtually via time of operation and language is used and welcoming to families. FC2-1 foundational quality indicator program offers services that are conveniently accessible for families. The arrow says formal structure, and the high quality indicator is program is structured to increase its accessibility in order to meet the unique needs or circumstances of families.
Great, thank you so much. And could your second reporter, group two, read out your first example on the blue sheet and how you rated it?
Okay, it says, I work with a lot of parents who work multiple shifts, so I need to be flexible about when I can meet with them. And we put that down as foundational.
Mm-hmm. And you're right. Great job. Thanks, Rick. And your second.
Number two, my organization trains staff on how to conduct home visits to connect with families when they cannot make it into the activities at our site, and we put that down at high quality.
Perfect.
And the third was we expanded our support structure, offering from being in person twice a week to adding a virtual one to reach families who have transportational challenges, and we said that was high quality.
Perfect. Great job. Wonderful job. Let's give group two a round of applause. Thank you so much. And we have a poll question before we move on from this standard and indicator pair. Janice, if you don't mind launching that, that'd be awesome. So the question for you is providing services on evenings and weekends foundational or high quality? So after about when everybody's responded, or about 20 seconds, whichever comes first, you can close the poll out, Janice, and let me know the final results.
Okay, we got 15 saying high quality, 3 people saying foundational quality, and 6 people saying it depends.
All right, thanks, Janice. So 6 of you were spot on and the rest of you were 50% there. So the answer is it depends. So it depends when families are available. So if the evenings and weekends, if that is the primary time that they're available, then it's foundational. And if you're structuring your hours to increase participation, then it would be high quality. All right. Thanks for taking a look at that with us. And thanks again, group 2. So now we'll move over to group 3 on page 15. And group 3, you have the same standard as group 2, so you don't have to read that. But if you could start us off with reading the foundational quality indicator on page 15, that would be awesome.
Okay, so FC 2.2 Foundational Quality Indicator. The program creates a welcoming environment for families. And then our arrow is family partnership. And then FC 2.2 High Quality Indicator. The program partners with families to develop and maintain a welcoming environment for families, promoting their sense of ownership of the program.
Awesome. Thanks, Ashima. And let's hear from group 3's second reporter. If you could read your first example on the blue sheet and how you rated it.
I'm our second reporter too.
Oh, superstar. All right. Go right ahead.
Okay, so our first example was we heard from fathers that they did not feel welcome when they came to our center and did not see images of other men displayed except on posters about domestic violence prevention. We formed a committee of staff and fathers to come up with ideas to improve this. We placed this at high quality, and the reason why was because they formed a committee of staff and fathers.
Yeah, so they partnered with families. Exactly. Perfect. And your second one?
We have a big welcome sign with all the languages spoken in our community on our front door. We place that at foundational quality.
Yeah, and that's right. Like it does create a welcoming environment. Like that's wonderful. It's foundational. Great. Perfect.
And number 3, we were torn. So the third example was we developed a new participant mentoring system in which current participants are matched up with new ones to welcome and check in with them. So we were torn between whether or not this was foundational or high quality, because we felt like it was foundational as in the fact that they created the participant mentoring system, but it was high quality because it was high quality because some of the active participants chose to actually participate in the mentoring program is where we were. Then we kind of got to, had it been instead of we developed, staff and participants developed this mentoring program, then we were like, it would have been high quality. But at this point, I think we leaned on it being foundational. So you guys could help us out. What's the
Sounds like you had a great discussion. A lot of good points there. Yeah. So the answer is high quality. And I totally see where you're coming from though. I think it could even be a stronger high quality if it said that the staff and parent advisory committee developed a new participant mentoring system, right? That would be even stronger. I totally see but good discussion, really good discussion. Yeah. So we see the that it partners with families for sure, but yeah, that's good discussion. Good discussion. And it's a spectrum, right? Like it's this technically is high quality, but we could go even further to like level that up, right? So always improving. Great. Love it. Thanks so much, group 3. Let's give you all a round of applause. All right. And we're over to group 4. Group 4, we have a brand new standard on page 16. So kick us off there.
Standard FC3 program conducts outreach to engage families and sustains healthy relationships with them. 3.1 foundational quality indicator program outreaches to engage potential participants. The arrow is formal structure. FC31 high quality indicator program implements an outreach plan to engage potential participants with intentional strategies and committed resources.
Thanks, Danielle. Great. And do we have a different second reporter? or
Yes,
same second
yes,
reporter?
we do. No,
All right.
that would be me. Okay, so on group 4, the first one is our program post information about upcoming parenting workshops on our Facebook page. And we determined that was foundational quality.
That's right. Perfect.
Okay.
Great job. Great job. And your
Next
second
one.
example.
Okay, second example is my program established a relationship with the local hospital to distribute welcome baby kits and introduce our service to parents of newborns. And we all decided it was high quality.
Also correct. Great. You've definitely identified that formal structure there. Perfect.
Okay. And the last one is my organization contracted with representatives of the indigenous community in our area to help us develop and implement strategies for engaging them in our new maternal health campaign. And that one as well, we said it was high quality.
And that is also high quality. Yeah. Great job. Well, thanks, group 4. Wonderful job identifying those foundational and high quality indicators. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move over to page 17. And so on page 17, we have the same standard as group 4 did, so you don't need to read that again. But please kick us off with the foundational quality indicator.
All right, so the foundational quality indicator program maintains healthy relationships with families. The arrow is a formal structure. The high quality indicator is program implements a system to sustain healthy relationships with families.
Great. Thank you so much, Evelyn. All right, and who's the second reporter for group 5?
That would be me. And so we said for the first example, my organization provides training to ensure staff maintain appropriate boundaries with families. And we qualify that as a high quality indicator because it is demonstrating a program effort by way of training to which is a system, I would assume, to sustain healthy boundaries with families. For the second example, is that right, by the way?
Yeah, it sure is. Yes,
Okay.
it sure is.
And for the second example, when I'm out in the community and I see former program participants, I stop and chat with them to catch up on how they're doing. And we qualify that as a foundational quality indicator because it is reflecting program effort to maintain healthy relationship with families by asking about their well-being. And the third example, we said the staff team sits down twice a year to identify participants who are highly engaged and encourages them to consider joining our parent advisory committee. And we qualify that as a high quality indicator because it is reflecting the program or staff member effort to recruit and encourage participants to participate in the program.
Yeah, and you see that formal structure there. Absolutely. Great. Thanks so much, group 5. Let's give you all a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All righty. And group 6. Group 6 will turn to page 18 and ask you to read the standard.
Okay, standard FC4 programs administrative practices reflect family-centeredness. Foundational quality indicator program demonstrates that it considers staff members' families' needs and interests. The arrow says formal structure. 4.1 high quality indicator program implements policies, procedures, or provides benefits that addresses staff members' families' needs and interests.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, Linda. And who is group 6, your second reporter?
I'm going to share for us. Our first one states, my supervisor allows me to work from home when I have a sick child. and we thought this was high quality, meeting the needs of staff. The second one is
Sorry, Katie.
Good.
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt real
Go
quick.
ahead.
So let's talk about that for just a second. So that one is actually foundational. And the reason for that is because if that supervisor were to leave, there isn't a formal structure in place
Tricky.
that says like, oh, hey, this needs to continue after this person leaves, right? So at high quality, you need to have policies, procedures, benefits, things like that in place. Does that help clarify that?
Makes sense. Yep.
Okay. All righty. Great. And the second one, go right ahead.
My agency has a policy that staff can flex their schedules when they need to go to their children's schools for parent-teacher conferences during work hours. So because this is the established policy, it's a high quality.
Yeah, I heard the emphasis on that word policies when you read that. Yes, yes, yes. Great. Great job with that. And your third example.
I surveyed my staff team to determine what family benefits would be useful to them, but given our current funding, we are not able to provide them. So we thought this was foundational quality due to trying to establish policy, but not being able to implement it.
Yeah, so if you picture that continuum, it's like they're meeting foundational. They want to approach high, like they're getting there. They just won't be at high until they're actually able to implement that. So yeah, exactly. Great. Let's give you all a round of applause, Group 6. Thank you so much. And question for you all before we move on. Would anybody like to share? We just talked a bunch here in this one about examples of workplaces really including their taking into consideration, I should say, their staff members' families and really prioritizing that. Does anybody have any high quality examples from their programs that they would like to share of how your program is implementing policies, procedures, providing benefits that address your staff members' families' needs and interests? Anybody have any examples of high quality? Henry, go right ahead.
We have a mental health day. Just any day that we want, just want to leave for the day, feel sick or not even sick, just don't feel like, for mental clarity, I guess you can call it, for anything. You can just call off. So
lovely.
Yeah.
And that's a policy?
Yes.
That's awesome. I love it.
They just added this past quarter.
Good stuff. That is fabulous. Thank you for sharing that, Henry. I know at our Family Resource Center, we had a policy that we could had snow days off. So we followed the school district's calendar as far as inclement weather. So we got to stay home with our kiddos when there was a snow day. So that was nice. It was helpful. Angie.
Add on to what Henry was saying, our school district, they increased our free counseling, going to a counselor from 6 days up to 8 days of 8 visits of mental health visits. And so that's something that they have added to their policy.
Great. Thank you for sharing, Angie. Hashima.
We also have mental health days, but one of our policies is that we have a 35-hour work week.
These are great. Love it. That's awesome. Great. Sounds like your organizations are really taking into consideration you as employees. Like it sounds like you're definitely valued, and your families as well. So that is awesome. Great. Thank you so much for sharing some of those examples. So now that we have officially reviewed the family centeredness section, we want to give you an opportunity to look back over, whoops, wrong slide. Let's try that again. There we go. We want to give you an opportunity to look back over this section and to spend 5 minutes of library-like quiet time, self-reflecting on these individually. So this is where you'll jot down your thoughts, ideas, and next steps in the next step section in your workbook. And so pull out those highlighters, post-its, anything you'd like to use to help you as you're jotting down those thoughts and ideas. And we also have put a sample question here on the slide, which is you may want to reflect on this one. It sounds like many of you are doing great in this department, but just an example of a question to consider is, have we thought about family centeredness in relation to our staff? So you'll have an opportunity to share what you have written with your program colleagues later in the training during that next steps activity time. So this is not yet break time. That will be coming in a bit, but not quite there yet. So take 5 minutes to reflect. Right. So as you're getting those thoughts down in your manuals, wrapping up your thoughts there, we're going to ask Janice to put a link in the chat to the section reflection highlight document. And want to ask for you all to click on this document. And are you able to see it on my screen okay? Is that showing up correctly? Can you see the document okay? Or are you still seeing the PowerPoint document? Okay. So I'll just show you around with this real quick as you're getting oriented here. So you'll see your names along the left. These are organized alphabetically by your first name. And then what we're going to ask you to do is find your name and then follow it across. And then in that first column, column C, you'll see the family centeredness section. So that is where we would like you to add a highlight for each section. We're just doing family centeredness right now, but by the end of the training, you'll have one for each of the sections next to your name. And this is an engagement checkpoint of sorts where we're asking you to do this. This is one of the required components in order to receive your certificate. So, and this is also a really helpful tool for us as trainers and for you all as participants to see what you're thinking about in regards to each of these sections. And hopefully it will help give you some ideas and you'll be able to use this as a resource. So we'll give you a few minutes to get your ideas into this document. If anybody is having challenges, please private message Janice and she will help you with this tool. Also, please be super careful just to click on your own box. If you accidentally click on someone else's, sometimes folks, things get inadvertently deleted and that's sad. So just be careful to only click on your cell and let us know if you have any questions or difficulties with this. All right, I see many of you have already had an opportunity to enter in your highlight. And if you need more time, feel free to take as long as you would like. We'll keep this document open. We do have one other quick thing that we're going to do before our next break. And so what we need you to do later in the day, we're going to be putting you in what we call next steps groups. And this is where you, if you came with program colleagues, you'll be paired up with them to discuss next steps. And so if you didn't come with anybody, no worries, we'll pair you up with someone else from the training and you'll be able to connect with them and peer share, which is also really valuable. But for those of you that did come with program colleagues, we need your help just to review a document to make sure that if you came with a program colleague, that we have that reflected on our system. So Janice is going to put a read-only document in the chat. So if you have any edits, if you like, oh, hey, my colleague's here and I'm not in her group, private message Janice and she will help you. We just want to make sure that we have groups, and also sometimes folks may not work for the same organization, but maybe, you know, Amanda is, she works in my same town, right? And we'd like to be paired up so we could connect. So definitely want to make sure you're paired up with folks if there's someone in your community that you'd like to be paired up with. So take a moment to let Janice know if you have any edits, just throw it in the chat and she will get that updated before we go into those next steps groups. And if you have any questions about that section reflection highlight document or the next steps group, we'll hang out for a couple minutes here before we go on break to make sure you're in good hands and on the right track. But for those of you that have completed your highlight and for those of you that have reviewed the document and everything is good to go, good news for you all. It is break time. So we are going to go on breaks and this is another 30-minute break. And I have put in the chat your return time. Hopefully I got that right with the time zone. So if not, let me know, but I think I did. So we'll see everyone back in about 30 minutes. Hopefully you all have a great break. See you soon. Welcome back. Hope you all had a great break. As you're coming back, I see most of you turning on those cameras, so we know you're back in the training room. Thank you so much for doing that. So helpful. It was great while you were on break to look over your section reflection highlights and see what you're thinking about in terms of the family centeredness section. And there were some really great ideas here just about involvement of participants, having them at the table, like when you're hiring new staff, like that was great. Taking workshops into communities, having more flexible policies for staff. So some really great stuff. There were a lot of ideas about getting more input from families and having them at the table, and mention of a parent advisory committee, which is a wonderful way to add formal structure and family partnership to your program. So that is great. There was just really wonderful ideas about family centeredness, about including families and asking families for their ideas and yeah, lots more about parent advisory committees. Yes, wonderful. Well, thank you all again so much for sharing your highlights about the family centeredness section. And let's turn things over to Mary, who's going to walk you through the next section.
Right. So we have now finished family centeredness, and we're going to move to our next section of the standards, which is family strengthening. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to begin by looking at a couple of images. So here's our first image. And I'm going to ask if you all could just put, let's see, let's do reactions. Let's do raise hand. We'll do raise hand. We'll do raise hand to see if you can notice any strengths, identify some strengths in this picture, and you'd be willing to come off mute and tell us a strength that you might see in this picture. All right, Victoria, what strengths do you see in this picture?
I see parent-child interaction. So assuming that this is the parent interacting with both children and spending quality time.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Andy, do you see a strength in this picture?
I see the human touch from the perceived parent and child of that, and then just really, I see the parent really looking and kind of engage what the little one is doing.
Yeah, that great interaction that they've got going on. Does anybody see any other strengths in this picture besides that? Evelyn, what do you see in this picture?
They have a roof over their head.
Excellent. Yeah, that roof over the head, that's pretty important. Natasha, is that how you pronounce that? I'm sorry.
Yes. Everyone is clothed. It seems that the children are in clean clothes. Everyone is in relatively clean clothes or fully clothed.
Yeah, great observations. Raphael, what do you see?
So what I see is the older child sharing, it looks like a cookie with her little sister.
And as a parent, I appreciate that. You never like to hear them say, but they're not sharing. So yeah, that's a great strength going on there. Linda, what do you see?
I see a faith-based, possibly faith-based family, since there's a portrait of the Last Supper behind them, and that could provide a lot of hope for certain families who are very faith-based.
All right, I see that too. I see that as well. We'll take one more. Okay, Henry, what do you see in this picture?
I think togetherness, the arms around the child, and they look really close. So
yeah, great observations. Okay, so we're going to do the same exercise, but we're going to just use a different picture. So here is our second picture. If you could raise your hand and share some observations of what you see as strengths in this picture. Would anyone like to share? Rihanna.
It looks like they're together, like family togetherness. They look like they get along and are they look like families.
Thank you so much. Raphael?
I see hope. I see a family, struggling, but they're holding each other and just and have hope.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Jatasha?
It appears that they at least have, some fundamental resources. They have power. They have clothing. There's like a bottle, I think, in the corner. So at least they have access to food. They have access to linen. So I think at the very least they do have, access to some base resources.
Thank you so much. Good observations. And Angie, what do you see in this picture?
Again, I just see that positive of the human touch. Again, I think that's just so much needed coming out of COVID. And then also just kind of relaxed, the child is relaxed. That means the home, there's not the tension that sometimes children display, the tension that sometimes are in the home. And the child, to me, is not showing like the tension that the child seems relaxed.
Thank you so much. Those are great observations. So through this exercise, we are emphasizing the strengths-based approach of our field. And we're looking for strengths in photos where other people would focus on perceived negatives. So how we view families can have a profound effect on their experience within the system. So for example, in the child welfare system, more than 60% of all cases investigated are suspected neglect, not child abuse. And neglect is typically defined as a lack of adequate food, clothing, or shelter. Yet many families struggle to provide these necessities for their children. And it's not because they don't want to. It's because they lack the access to adequate housing, jobs, or health care. And many people believe, therefore, that the child welfare blames and penalizes families for being poor, and that's particularly true for families of color. For example, in a study of child welfare in New York City, districts with the highest rates of child poverty had rates of child welfare investigations that were 4 times higher than districts within the lowest child poverty rates. And it's not only child poverty that comes into play. As in that same study, when they compared neighborhoods with equal levels of poverty, with more American and Latinx residents had higher rates of investigation. So many see this as an example of bias. And research has shown that mandated reporters may hold biases that make them more likely to report a family of color than a white family under similar circumstances. So we're going to take a closer look at bias. And there are two types of bias that we're going to talk about today. The first one is explicit bias, which is where we have the visible and intentional acts of prejudice, discrimination, or racism. And then there's implicit bias, which is the unconscious attitudes, preferences, beliefs, judgments, and stereotypes that we carry with us. These biases can strongly affect how we see and interact with families, and we all have our own biases that we need to be aware of and to address. So now we're going to turn to page 19 in our manuals, and we're going to review the introduction to family strengthening. I'm going to need 4 volunteers to read for me. Again, I'm just going to have you reading the paragraphs for me on page 19. So if you could raise your hand to get in the queue, we can just move right along through this section. Linda, if you don't care to read paragraph 1 for me.
The program uses a strengths-based approach, which focuses on families' assets and abilities, as well as listening to their identified concerns and priorities. This is a shift away from a deficit approach in which staff members were expected to be the experts fixing problem families. Staff members and families form a mutually respectful partnership, bringing together their strengths and skills to address issues and create family-driven opportunities for success.
So what we see here is that the program uses a strengths-based approach, working in partnership with families. Okay, Henry, could you read paragraph 2 for us, please?
The program supports families to build the 5 protective factors of the Strengthening Families framework and approach and other developmental assets throughout their life cycle. These protective factors ensure families are more likely to be strong, healthy, and safe. The program uses the framework of enhanced family capacity to understand and promote their own optimal cognitive, social, emotional, and physical developments and overall well-being.
Thank you so much. So the program supports families to build protective factors and achieve their overall optimal development. Angelica, could you read paragraph 3 for us, please?
Services and activities are designed to engage multiple family members important in children's lives, such as mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings, and other caregivers, supporting better outcomes for both children and families as a whole.
So as she read, the program intentionally engages multiple family members, and this leads to better outcomes. And Jennifer, could you read paragraph 4 for us, please?
Yes. The program recognizes families as significant resources for each other and facilitates opportunities for families to build healthy relationships with other families for mutual support.
So the program connects families with each other, and that's for mutual support. Thank you to all my readers. I also want to point out here at the bottom of the page, you can see that this section reflects the family support principles 1, 2, 3, and 7. And it also reflects all of the protective factors. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do an exercise to explore the standards in this section. In the last section, you'll remember that we gave you examples to work with. However, in this section, you're going to be working in groups to identify your own examples. So we're going to place you into groups. And as a group, you're going to read the standard and indicators on the page assigned to you and familiarize yourself with the arrow elements and review the examples in your workbook. Again, you're going to find the standard that you have been assigned to in that bar up at the top of the screen. I'd like for you to share with each other your own examples and determine together whether they are foundational or high quality. And then record those examples in the other examples section of your workbook. Now, we're not expecting everyone to have foundational and high quality examples already. So it's okay if all of your examples are foundational quality. And to be perfectly honest, if you don't have examples at foundational quality yet, you can just discuss where to start, because that's what this is all about. We're learning these standards together, and we're learning how to do this work and improve this work. So we want to meet you where you are. We're also going to ask that you identify 2 reporters who are going to report back when you return to the main room. Again, the first one is going to read out the standard, the indicator pair, and the arrow elements. And then the second reporter is going to share some of your examples. So are there any questions before we get started? All right, we're going to have 10 minutes for this activity, and you're going to get a 2-minute remaining warning. So we are ready to go into our groups. Janice, if you're ready, we will see you all back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had some great discussions in your groups. We're going to do this a lot like we did with family centeredness. We're going to just go to each group. We're going to ask reporter 1 to read us their standard, and then their foundational indicator, their high quality indicator, and also let us know what is in that arrow that moves us from one to the other. So starting with group 1, if I could have reporter 1 to please read me that standard and the quality or the indicators and our arrow elements.
Yeah, I'll read. We have program family and strengthening. We have program recognizes and affirms families' existence, strengths, and resilience, and is responsive to their concerns and priorities. For the foundational quality indicators, staff members work with family members in relationships based on equality and respect, recognizing their existence, strengths, resilience, and resources. And then is for high quality is staff members partner with families to implement a formal process to access and document their existing strengths, resilience, and resources.
All right, and what's in our arrow that's going to move us from foundational quality to high quality? Jennifer, did you let us know what was in the arrow that's going to move us from one to the other?
Yeah, it's Karina, I think that's her name. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
The one that gives examples, correct?
No, I want to know the arrow element that's going to move us from foundation.
Oh, sorry. It was from foundational quality indicator, formal structure to high quality indicator. Sorry.
Excellent. That's all right. Thank you so much. Okay, reporter number 2. Could you give us one of your examples and then let us know whether you thought that was high or foundational quality? Do we have a reporter 2 for group 1?
And if anyone's talking, they're on mute. Sometimes that happens.
Jennifer, do you remember who the reporter was? You're on mute. I can't hear you.
Sorry. I think it's Karina Allen. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her name correctly.
Looks like she's having microphone issues.
Karina, we are not able to hear you. No. Would somebody else want to jump in?
Yes, would someone else from the group like to share?
I can share for the group.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so there were a couple of examples. I believe Jennifer was talking about doing a survey for just recognizing strengths at her organization. So that would be like the foundational quality indicator. And then I think Anna was talking about something that was more about advisory board. Anna, did you want to share what the high quality one was that you were talking about?
Yeah, so I mentioned kind of we need to provide success stories when we help parents. So let's say we help them with some financial assistance. Let's say they need a bed or something. We kind of have to see like, okay, we kind of gave you like the stepping, stool, and then how would you continue to, continue to be strong for the family after we've kind of like helped you with one issue that you were having with.
Okay, so do you have like a formal structure in place to help with that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Because I do, you know, in listening to your first example, that you use a survey. Now, if it was a particular survey.
Well, we have like an intake form that we have to, like an intake interview process that we do with them. So that's pretty much our first step.
Okay, so that could be high quality because it would be a formal structure. You have that formal, it's not, you're just not just talking, you actually have a survey that you're using or an intake form that's a formal process that helps with that. So that would be a great example of a high quality indicator. So great job, group number one. And I thank you all for stepping up since we were having some mic issues. Thank you so much. Let's give group number one a round of applause. And we're going to move right on to group number two. Reporter number one, you'll notice that the standard is the same as it was for group number one. So you do not have to read that out loud. But if you could start with your indicator pairs and also the arrow elements that are going to move us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're group two. FS 1.2 foundational quality indicator was that the program works with families to identify their concerns, priorities, and needs. It links families with service providers, informal supports, and other families to address them. And then to go to high quality, we have to have a formal structure and a family partnership. And so the program and the high quality indicators that the program implements a formal process to gather information about families, concerns, priorities, and needs. The program partners with families to set goals, formally facilitates families access to services and activities, and has a system to provide them with follow-up support.
Great, thank you so much. So reporter number two, if you could give us your first example and whether or not you thought it was high or foundational quality.
I think I might be reporter number two.
Okay, reporter number two.
So in hearing you guys just speak, I think that this might be a little high quality. So we got two now. So our program conducts a needs assessment as part of the intake process to determine the level of care needed or whether or not the client is in crisis. And then another one that I kind of added as I was listening to you guys speak is also this, my agency does it. It's a triage or discovery session that we do. It's just an initial telephone call to find out what the client needs. And that's usually triggered by a phone call or an email inquiry from the clients. And then, so for us, a high quality indicator we put would be the staff working with the family to create a client-centered action plan that has goals where we talk about goals. We identify any challenges that might arise towards meeting those goals, and then also implement some solutions in addition to following up with the client to track progress in meeting those goals, and then also following up to see how helpful any resources or referrals were that were provided.
Great. So it sounds like you all had some great discussion and you hit the nail right on the head. It's not just about the formal structure in this one. You also have to have that family partnership to make it high quality. If you just have one of those elements that's in the arrow, then you're going to be approaching high quality. And I think one of the things that used to trip me up when I first started with the standards was I always wanted to be high quality. And obviously that's what we all want. But what we're overlooking is the word quality when we say foundational, because we do have to have that structure underneath of us as we move forward, or we're just going to fall apart. We've got to have that foundation under us. So that is quality too. So that you all did a great job. Thank you all so much. Let's give group two a round of applause. And now we're going to move on to group number three. And if I could ask reporter number one to please read us the standard, the indicator pair, and also the arrow element.
Okay. Standard FS2 program enhances families' capacity to support the healthy cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development and overall well-being of their family members. Foundational quality indicator, staff members can demonstrate an understanding of healthy family development. The arrow points to staff training. High quality indicator program provides professional development for staff members to strengthen their knowledge and skills for supporting healthy family development.
All right, thank you so much. And now reporter number 2, if you could give us your first example and let us know whether that's foundational or high quality.
Yeah, so our example I would say is high quality because as a case navigator, case manager, you're required to do 4 trainings a month. So things like motivational interviewing, grief support, so being up to date with like current events in your community.
That's exactly right. That training of the staff, making sure they're understanding everything that's going on. And did your group have a second example for us?
For foundational, we talked about having workshops and organizing workshops.
Okay, so that's strengthening of the family, but it doesn't include that staff training, so it would be foundational. Excellent job. Let's give group 3 a round of applause. All right, so now we're going to move on to group number 4, where we are looking at the same standard again, but it's just a different aspect of the standard, because now instead of staff understanding, we're now looking at family understanding and their healthy development. So if I could have reporter number 1 to read me the indicator pair and the arrow element.
Program shares information with families to support their healthy development is the foundational indicator. The arrow is formal structure. And then the high quality indicator is program is designed to provide activities that support the healthy development of families.
All right, thank you so much. And reporter number 2, could you give us an example and let us know whether you think it's foundational or high quality?
Yeah, we have a couple here. The first one is we talked about newsletters, getting them sent out to our parents, and or giving them worksheets like what's the next stage for their children to go to. I think part of this got moved into formal to a high quality is there was a request for a newsletter not just be sent out by email, but paper also, and out more in the community. And so they have displayed that into the community. So it's kind of moving more, maybe more formal, but the newsletter, I would say foundational. And then also a high quality one I thought was just amazing is there's one of the ladies, they do ages and stages with their families, but then they talk about what next steps are and they give them activities to do to work with their children for the next, when they're ready to do the next ages and stages. So that's kind of really involving them and making the parents more aware.
Excellent. So you all had some great conversation, and I love how you can learn so much from each other in these discussion groups. I always learn some new trick to take back to the center I did when I was a family resource coordinator. So I'm glad you all had that opportunity to share with each other. Let's give group number 4 a round of applause. And now we're going to move on to group number 5. If reporter number 1 could please share with us the standard, the indicator pair, and the arrow elements.
I'll go ahead and do that. I don't think we assigned the person to do that. So ours is standard family strength 3. Program recognizes families as significant resources for their own family members and each other. The foundational quality is program recognizes the importance of engaging multiple family members important in children's lives, such as mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings, and other caregivers, and encourages their participation in program activities. The arrow is the formal structure. And for the high quality indicator, program designs and provides specific activities, events, and services that successfully engages multiple family members important in a child's life, such as mother, father, grandparent, sibling, or other caregivers.
Great, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Rick, and stepping up since you all forgot to pick a recorder or someone to share that with us. did you happen to pick anyone to be reporter number 2, or is there someone in the group that would like to share with us an example that you might have come up with, and whether you thought it was high or foundational quality?
I don't mind sharing. We just ran out of time before we picked. So one of the examples that we considered maybe foundational was something that could be done, like surveying participant concepts of what family is, because a lot of individuals may have people that don't satisfy these roles traditionally in maybe the best way. So allowing participants to describe, whether verbally or like via, a survey of some sort, the idea or the concept of a certain family member. And then we could, usher into a high quality indicator by design through, allowing or throwing certain events that would support that. I think Raphael mentioned like baby showers and having a very like maternal and communal, a community effort, to host an event like that. So, bleeding into the foundational quality would be to find an adequate space, and then part of our responsibility, or the responsibility of the program, would be to advertise and promote, an event like that. So, reaching out to the communities, finding moms, whether they're new moms, whether they have multiple children, and then emphasizing the maternal role in a space like that, however that is described by participants. So I don't know if those answer the question.
It does. Thank you so much for sharing. I think it was a perfect example of how you started with that foundational and built on that foundational to take it to high quality by using those surveys of what the needs were of the community, and then creating those programs around it, and then specifying them to the different groups and the different family members. So excellent job, group number 5. Let's give you a round of applause. And now we're going to move right along to group number 6. If reporter number 1 could read for us the indicator pairs and the arrow element, our standard is the same as the one that group number 5 had. So if you just want to start there.
So the foundational quality indicator is program facilitates opportunities for families to build social connections with each other for resource sharing and mutual support. The arrow element is family partnership. And the high quality indicator is program supports families to create their own opportunities to build social connections with each other for resource sharing and mutual support.
Okay, thank you so much. Reporter number 2, do you have an example for us?
Our example for foundational is a agency that holds like a play group for moms to come and bring their kiddos and engage with one another, and provides like some kind of activity or something like that. And another one that we thought of as like a community resource fair, where the agency is providing different resources for families.
Okay, and did you think, how did you rate those 2 examples? Were they foundational or high quality?
Foundational.
Foundational, excellent.
Because they're, yeah.
Yeah, because it's great. You're getting those parents together, you're providing that type of support for them. But this is really about that family partnership and getting those families involved in creating their own opportunities. So excellent job. Let's give you all a round of applause. So now that we've reviewed the family strengthening section, we're going to give you 5 quiet minutes of reflection to look back over them and to work individually. I'm going to ask that you jot down some of your thoughts, ideas, and your next steps. An example question that you might want to think about is, are we successfully engaging multiple family members who are important in children's lives? So as I mentioned earlier, you're going to have an opportunity later to share what you've written with your program colleagues later in the training. So we're going to give you about 5 minutes. All right, now I'm going to ask if Janice could please post our link in the chat box. And this is to our section reflection document, which we used earlier today after we finished family centeredness. We are asking, this is part of our measurement of engagement for the training. So we are asking that you put something into each of these blocks. So for this one, you're going to be concentrating on the section for family strengthening. And if you could just enter a highlight there for us. Again, if you're having any trouble accessing the form, you can private text Janice and she will be happy to put that in there for you. Okay, we're going to take another short break. We're going to take a 15-minute break this time. So we're going to be back at right about 4 o'clock. If you'd like to just turn your camera off and stay on mute, you can stay here in the room and we'll see everybody back at 4 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see all of you coming back from our break on time, and we really appreciate that. While we were gone, I had a chance to look through some of your highlights, and I really enjoy reading those. I think there was a common theme that we need to recognize that not all families look the same, and that we need to find ways to connect with our families to determine what their family dynamic is and make sure that we're including all the members with our programming, and finding ways to engage our families and provide a space where we allow them to help facilitate and plan the events that we're going to have for them and the programs that we're going to have, and also provide an opportunity for them to connect with each other, because that peer support is so important. And we know that even we're finding out today that peer support we're getting from each other as we go through these standards and learn together how important that is. And it's equally important for our families as well. So I appreciate all the thought that you all are putting into this. I hope that you're getting a lot out of the training. We are going to do now our first next steps activity. We mentioned this earlier, and you got a chance to review that document for the groups that we were going to be putting you into. And this section is critical as you start to reflect on what it will mean to implement these standards in your work. And you're going to look at the the two sections that we've covered so far today, which is family centeredness and family strengthening. And I'm going to ask that you pull this document from the back of your manuals out. This is the document you're going to be using. You're going to just be kind of reflecting together on these questions. And this will be a good opportunity to compare notes about what you've been jotting down during the section reflections and to discuss these 3 questions that are on this handout. And we're going to give you 15 minutes for this activity. And do we have any questions before we get started? Was everybody able to find this sheet? It's kind of tan covered in the back of your manuals. Okay. If Janice is ready, she is going to move us into our groups, and we will provide you with a 2-minute warning before we come back, and probably 30 seconds, just so that you'll be ready to wrap up, and we will see everybody back in 15 minutes. So you're having some great conversation. Great. Welcome back. Would anybody like to come off mute? Do you feel comfortable to come off and maybe share some of the ideas that you all were discussing in your groups? Anyone at all that would like to share? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Myra.
We were looking at the current groups that we have and workshops that we host, and we came to the conclusion that we need to become a little bit more intentional about what we offer, and not make the assumption that that's a general need, but be very creative in going out there to the community, doing outreach and asking what is the need that you have and how can we support that? And then also assessing within the staff, the capacity, if we're available, if we're not stretching them too much, and if it's not within our scope, who can we collaborate with in the community so we can make things happen, and overall be more family oriented. We do have groups, but they're very siloed, like for parents and for youth, but not really that includes the whole family. So our next steps is to really look into, what are we promising, and then what it's, feasible to do, and that we could go ahead and start doing that.
Sounds like you all had some really great discussion. I remember going through this training and that aha moment of, I don't have to come up with everything. And what I think isn't necessarily the best thing for my families. I really need to be listening to them and hearing what they need, and meeting them where they are, because we don't know everything. I mean, we may have education and all of that going for us, but we don't have all the answers, and we don't even have all the answers to what all their needs are. If we're not doing that collaboration with them. Is there anybody else that would like to share with us? Almost sounded like somebody came off mute and then maybe decided not to.
We have time to hear from at least 2 other folks, so jump in.
I'll go.
Yeah.
We had a really, really fruitful conversation. We work for the same organization, but are over different programs and different units. So just even having the conversation that we had made us realize that we have a lot in common. We're trying to do a lot of the same things. And I feel like instead of trying to do it our own separate ways, we could actually come together, collaborate, use our strengths to move our efforts forward in the community. So even just realizing that, I think it's super important, and bringing that to the attention of our supervisors and the higher ups, so that we can have that interaction and connection within the organization, because our organization is huge. So just even this conversation was very, very fruitful to realize that.
Great, that is wonderful. Don't you love it when you realize you're not in it all by yourself? And how much more can you offer when you're collaborating and you're reaching out and you just look to see what's available in your community and you start to put all of that together. And it sounds like, that was an aha moment for you all. Hey, we're all here and we're all doing the same thing. Why are we not doing this together? How much better could this be? That's awesome. Would anybody else like to share? Don't be shy. Okay, well, I guess we will move right on. I'm going to turn things over to Julie, and she is going to introduce us to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I'm still wanting to hear from more of you, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll have more time tomorrow to share. So if you have any thoughts, we'd love to hear them. All right. That's our favorite part as trainers. So we're being selfish too, right? We love hearing because we've both have experienced that ourselves. So it's exciting. All right. So as promised, we are diving into the next section already. This is our 3rd section already. So this is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we will call this DEI for short. And to get us started thinking about DEI, we're going to do an activity together. So take a moment to take out the handout that looks just like this. So this is the Exploring DEI handout. So it has these multicolored circles on it. And this is also in that back pocket of your manual. I see some of you have found it already. All right, so for this activity, you have the instructions on your handout, but what we're going to ask you to do is to work in pairs, to take turns asking each other the questions in the circle. And you'll have 10 minutes to do this. And you can choose whichever questions you would like to ask in any order. So that's why there's circles, not a list. You can really move around the sheet as you would like. So if you're not comfortable to answer a particular question, that is perfectly fine. Feel free to just say pass. No further explanation needed. And you're not expected to go through all of the questions. So not a race at all. Encourage you to take your time and enjoy the discussion. So again, you'll have 10 minutes for this, and Janice will give you a 2-minute warning when it's time. Are there any questions before we get started?
We are not expected to report back on this, right? This is just for us to do.
Yeah, just
okay.
Good question, Hashima. Yeah, so just discussion, nothing to report back. Yeah, just a discussion. Absolutely. Good question. All right, we'll see everyone in 10. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you didn't run out of time that time.
Yeah, I ran out of time. Too much good conversation.
Love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, want to ask you all in the chat box, how was your experience with the activity? How was your experience with the activity? Great. Love it. Great, great. Really liked the activity. Best one of the day. Oh, good. It went well. Great conversation. Good questions, enriching. Awesome. My questions made me think about pretty deeply. Yeah. Good conversations. Nice to get to know someone's history and background. Yeah. Some of these questions were hard to ask, but asking aloud learning experiences from others. I love it. Yeah, great. Well, thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I'm super glad you had a good experience. So as we are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to define what each of these terms mean. First, let's talk about diversity. When we talk about diversity, people often think about ethnicity and culture. And of course, these are very important aspects of diversity. But as you can see from the slide in the image here, there are many other aspects of diversity as well. So thinking back to the activity you did just 30 seconds ago, want you to think about what were some of the questions in this activity that relate to diversity, and would like to invite a couple of you to volunteer with your hand raise function, using that Zoom hand raise function, if you'd like to share one of the questions that you thought related to diversity. Anybody want to volunteer? Jatasha, go right ahead.
One of the questions I think would be, have you lived in a town of less than 2,000 people?
Yeah.
Because it's very concentrated, so I would expect it be very difficult to diversify, especially in thought, you know, which is a version of diversity that I think is a lot more common. And then, you know, we should probably focus on as much as any other type. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Sure that geographic diversity, location diversity. Yeah, absolutely. Great. Thank you so much. Would anybody else like to volunteer to share? Oh, and my dog would like to say hello to all of you. All right, Brianna, go right ahead.
Do you see systemic barriers to economic opportunities for some families in your community? And
yeah,
that,
absolutely.
Yeah, that one kind of stood out to me because there are systemic barriers. You know, it's even as simple as where funds are being allocated, who are funds being allocated to, and things of that nature.
Thank you so much, Rihanna. And Hishima, would you like to share a question that you saw that related to diversity? Hope you're on mute if you're talking.
There were a couple, but one for me that was with the diversity was more around the education piece was that part of, do you have a child with an IEP? Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I had even went a step further and it was like, not only do you have a child, but even do you know someone, right?
Mhm.
Across the board. I thought about that one.
For sure. Great. Well, thank you so much for those of you that weighed in there. That's very helpful. And so next, let's take a look at equity. So equity means people possessing what they need to reach their full potential. So as this image, we see this image here, this person is able to ascend to the top of the staircase, representing them reaching their full potential. So figuratively, of course, this person is able to ascend to the top. So thinking about equity, what was a question that relates to equity that you saw? What ones relate to equity? Henry, go right ahead.
Have you worked with a family who could not access service because of their disability?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Henry. Great. And Hashima?
One being, have you experienced advantages based upon your race, ethnicity, gender, or social and economic status?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you to those of you that weighed in. Yes, absolutely. So let's take a look at this image here. So you may have seen this image before, which aims to show the difference between equality on the left and equity on the right. So on the left, everyone has the same box to stand on, but it isn't adequate for all of the figures to see over the fence. And then on the right, the smaller figure has more boxes to stand on. So this is a popular slide. However, it's not seen now as a good representation of equity, as it presents the problem of not being able to see over the fence as being inherent to the individual. So the figure on the right is just too small to see over the fence. So these images here on the slide are more accurate, and they reflect that none of the individuals are inherently less than anyone else. The problem is that they stand on unequal ground, such as systemic racism, economic inequality, and then that's compounded by the fence rising higher for those that are already starting out at a lower level, representing those structural barriers. And then this last image represents justice. So why should there be any barrier in the first place? So the figures are actively engaged in removing the barriers for each other. So finally, we look at inclusion. So inclusion means the actions, behaviors, and social norms that ensure that all people feel valued and welcomed and that they belong, and that everyone has a place in the circle. So thinking back to the activity, looking at that sheet, what were some of the questions in the activity that relate to inclusion? What questions related to inclusion? Angie, thank you.
Have you worked with families who could not access his service because of a disability?
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Angie.
Mhm.
What other questions do you see that relate to inclusion? Evelyn, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking the question, do you see systemic barriers to economic opportunities for some families in your community?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Evelyn. And we have time for one more. Jatasha, go right ahead.
I'm thinking also on your first day of school, do you think that you started at the same place as other children?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much for participating in this activity. And thank you so much for helping us look at the questions that relate to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've actually come to the end of day one. So we are going to get ready to close for the day. And so let's see, ending the day, we covered a bunch today. We have introduced you to the family support field and defined that a bit more. And we have talked about the two frameworks that the standards are based upon, both the principles and the strengthening families protective factors. And we've covered 2.5 sections so far. So family centeredness, family strengthening, and part of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So tomorrow we will start 15 minutes later than we did today. So you have a little bit longer. And so we are going to, so it'll be 11:15 Eastern, 10:15 Central, 9:15 Mountain, and 8:15 Pacific. Okay, so that's our start times tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will not have the same sign-in period. We'll just be starting promptly at 11:15 Eastern. So make sure that you're on time. Encourage you to log in just a couple minutes early to make sure everything works okay. Being on time is important to make sure you're eligible to receive your certificate. So we'll start promptly at 11:15 tomorrow. Same link that you used for today. And I think that's it. We also want to share with you the contact list. And so I know we've had lots of breakout groups today, met lots of new people. And if you'd like to stay in connection with anyone, we have Janice just put the contact list in the chat. So feel free to download that. And so that way you'll be able to get a hold of someone after the training if you'd like to do so. Are there any questions at all before we close for day one? All right. Well, thanks again for a wonderful first day. It's so nice to meet you all. And thanks again for your engaged participation. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you. Good morning and welcome. Happy Friday. Thanks so much for joining right on time. Welcome to day 2 of the training. So as everybody's getting settled, if you could take a moment to rename yourself again to your state abbreviation followed by your first and last name, that would be super helpful for Janice as she's taking attendance. So thanks so much for taking a moment to do that. And again, just click the 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner of your photo. So after you've done that, would love to hear how you are feeling about day 2 in the chat box. How are you feeling about day 2 in the chat box? All right, I got excited, ready to go. Yes, Daniel, I see your video is not working. That's weird. Excited. Oh, great. All the excitement this morning. That is awesome. Ready to take away more information. Yes, ready to learn. Ready to go. Great. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for sharing how you're feeling about diving into day 2. All right, so, oh, and the sweetheart is welcoming you back to day 2. She's so cute. All right, so here's what our time will look like together today. So we are jumping right in to complete the second half of the diversity, equity, and inclusion section. And then today we'll also cover community strengthening and evaluation. And then we'll have another opportunity for you to connect with your program colleagues or other peers from the training in that next steps activity. And then we will close with sharing some resources and events that are available to you through the National Family Support Network. And then we'll officially close our day with the quiz and evaluation. So that is our roadmap for our time together today. And all right, so let's move right into diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we had a great time yesterday. I remember you all saying you loved that exploring DEI activity, and then we took the opportunity to define diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then, so today we're going to look at how diversity, equity, and inclusion are talked about in the standards. So take a moment to turn to page 26 in your manuals, and we'll look at the introduction to this section. And for this section, I'll need 5 volunteers to read. So anybody that feels comfortable, please just raise your hand, and that will put you in that virtual queue to volunteer to read. I know it's early, but don't be shy. Thanks, Belinda, for volunteering. Would you mind reading the first paragraph on page 26?
The diversity of families encompasses their ethnicities, I can't say that word, I'm sorry, cultural traditions, languages, values, socioeconomic status, family structure, sexual orientation, religion and spirituality, individual abilities, immigration status, and other aspects. The program values, respects, and embraces the diversity of families, seeing it as both an important part of the identities and as a form of strength.
Great. Thanks so much, Belinda. So as Belinda just read, as we just talked about yesterday, there are many aspects of families' diversity to value and to respect and to embrace. So not only ethnicity and culture. And the second paragraph, Angelica.
The program recognizes that this diversity has multiple aspects. Families sharing the same ethnicity, for example, may differ in numerous ways, such as having different education levels, lived experiences, and individual family traditions. The program is responsive to these multiple aspects.
Great, thanks so much. So as Angelica just read, there are many layers to families' diversity that we need to pay attention to. So the image here that you see on the right, this is of a diversity wheel, and this is used to illustrate the layers of diversity. So for one example, imagine if we are looking at ethnicity on the inner wheel, and then imagine spinning that outer wheel. And so then people that have the same ethnicity, they might differ on various aspects of the outer ring. So same ethnicity, but maybe different religions, different educational backgrounds, or marital status, for example. And then, so this thumbprint that just appeared on the left here, this illustrates that we as individuals also have various layers of diversity within ourselves. All right, let's take a look at the third paragraph. Mr. Anderson, would you mind reading that, please?
In order to navigate a diverse society, both staff members and families need the ability to interact respectfully and meaningfully with those who are different from them. This navigation involves building skills of understanding, empathy, listening, self-awareness, and recognition and addressing bias.
Great. Thank you so much. So both staff and families need to develop the skills to interact respectfully and meaningfully with people that are different from themselves. So the image on the PowerPoint, this is of a training because this is a very helpful way that can help build these skills. And let's move to the next paragraph. That'd be paragraph 4. And Jatasha, would you mind reading that, please?
Sure. The program supports both staff members and families to advance equity and inclusion. Equity refers to all people possessing what they need in order to reach their full potential. Working to achieve equity acknowledges systemic unequal starting places and the need to correct the imbalance. Inclusion is actions, behaviors, and social norms that ensure all people feel safe, welcomed, and that they belong. Inclusion ensures access for all to services, communities, and society. Advancing inclusion necessitates being aware of and addressing barriers to access.
Great. Thank you so much. So the program, the staff, the families, they all have an important role to play in advancing equity and advancing inclusion. It's everyone's job. And lastly, let's take a look at the 5th paragraph. We just need a volunteer to read that paragraph, please. It's a short one. Anybody want to jump in?
Good morning, I'll read it. The program is committed to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, understanding that it is an ongoing developmental journey for both individuals and organizations. The program continuously reflects on and adapts its efforts in these areas. Do I need to keep going or no?
Nope, that's perfect. Thank you so much for reading, Hashima. So advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's an ongoing process that requires ongoing commitment. So there's always more to learn and always more to develop, both as individuals and as organizations. So in this section, we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion broadly, and we understand that we could easily have many more days of training and sharing on this rich and complex topics. So we definitely encourage you to continue your ongoing learning beyond today. All right, at the bottom of page 26, you see this section reflects family support principles 4 and 6, as well as the protective factors of parental resilience and social connections. So this is because diversity is seen as both a strength and as an important part of connecting with others. All right, so now we have come to an activity time, and we're going to ask you to take out the green stapled handout that is in the back pocket. Looks just like you see here on the screen. So we're going to look at some scenarios to see how the standards in this section can be applied. And again, the directions are right on your handout, so you'll have those handy. So what you're going to do is you're first going to introduce yourself to each other, and then you review the assigned situation, the standard indicator pair, and the arrow on the workbook page number provided. So that's part 1, is looking in your workbook. And then you'll review the scenario and identify the foundational and high quality examples in it. And then you'll select 2 reporters to report back to the larger group. So the first will read out the standards, indicator pair, and arrow element, and the second will share the scenario and the examples that you identified. And then if you have time, you'll have an opportunity to review and talk about the discussion questions that are at the bottom of each of those scenario pages. And for this activity, you'll have 15 minutes in your group. And we'll give you those warnings again. So make sure at least someone has that Zoom panel up so you'll see those. Any questions at all before we go into our groups? All right, it doesn't look like there's any questions, so we'll see everyone back in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a productive 15 minutes in your groups and got to know some new folks. So now that everyone's back, we would love to go through what you came up with. So we will go again chronologically and ask for your help following along again. And so we are going to start with group one, and we'll ask the first reporter for group one to read out the standard, the indicator pair, and the arrow elements that are moving us from foundational to high quality. So our first reporter for group one, who's that?
Good morning. All right, so is that standard D, is it DEI 0.1?
Yes, yep,
Okay.
yep, exactly.
So standard DEI, I wasn't sure if it was I. So standard DEI 0.1, the program respects, values, and embraces the diversity of families, including their ethnicities, cultural traditions, languages, values, social economic status, family structures, sexual orientation, religion and spirituality, individual abilities, immigration status, and other aspects. The foundational quality indicator here would be that the program demonstrates an awareness of and is responsive to the diversity of families served. To move that from foundational to high quality, you need to have a formal structure. And then the high quality indicators that the program utilizes formal structures to be responsive to the diversity of the families served. I too am the person number 2. And I was voluntold this, you guys, so I'm not just volunteering, I was voluntold by my group. So I need to read our scenario.
Yes, please. Yeah, if you don't mind, just because we all had different scenarios, and that will help everyone else be grounded in what exactly you're talking about. And then if everyone else wants to, after Hashima shares out their groups, what they found for foundational and high quality, you can fill that in on your grease sheet if you'd like to. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, I know it's becoming a theme. You get bonus points or something. I'm not sure what, but yes.
So when Lee May arrives at her daughter's preschool program for a parent workshop, she notices the welcome sign in English, Spanish, and Chinese. The head teacher, who is African American, greets her with a few words in Mandarin, and Lee May smiles and happily responds. The speaker presents in English, but a Chinese staff member, Sue, sits next to her and the other Chinese parents to provide simultaneous interpretation. There are also Latinx staff members who are helping to interpret for parents who speak Spanish. The handouts provided at the workshop have been translated into Chinese and Spanish. After the workshop, Lee May thanks Sue for interpreting for her and tells her that she does not think that she is picking up English as fast since she immigrated. Sue tells her that she understands because she herself is an immigrant and shares an online English learning program that she found helpful. So for us in our group, the foundational qualities that we came up with for examples was that the workshop materials being in the various languages, English, Spanish, and Cantonese. And then we also said that the interpretation services being offered by the staff was also foundational as well. So them interpreting and having the handouts, we found those things being foundational. And then the high quality examples that stood out to us was that the program was intentional in hiring staff who represent the diverse population served. And then the fact that they also had those lived experiences. So Sue was able to relate to Lee May with that experience of being an immigrant and finding it hard. And then Sue also turned around. I mean, Lee May was able to, relate to Sue, but then Sue also turned around and provided a resource to her that she thought might be helpful and useful. And another thing that we thought was high quality was the fact that the head teacher, who was African American, greeted her with words in Mandarin. And so that was kind of what we picked.
Yeah, good discussion, group one. Good discussion. Yeah, and so you correctly identified like that welcome sign being in the language and the interpretation being provided, handouts, all of those were foundational, absolutely. And you also correctly identified like the program intentionally employing staff that share the backgrounds of their program participants, absolutely high quality. Just want to touch base a little more detail on a couple of those. So you had mentioned about the teacher greeting Lee May in her language, and that's actually foundational. Yeah, so anything to do with language, like being able to communicate, like having the interpretation, like you had said, like that's always foundational. Like we can't serve a population we can't communicate with, right? So that is foundational. And that's part of that being aware of and responsive to the diversity of the family served. So, so just wanted to flag that. And then the staff conveying an understanding of that immigrant experience, being able to relate to, providing relevant resources, like that's all excellent, right? Like that's quality. It's just foundational quality because there's not a formal structure around that.
Right.
So definitely quality, definitely super important in building those relationships, but it is foundational.
So the only thing that would technically be high quality is that the program was intentional in hiring staff who represented a diverse population served with that lived experience.
Exactly. Yeah, okay. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So just that, so the staff having the same background as being like in this situation, both ethnic and an immigrant. So sharing that same background of the families that they're serving is the high quality. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much, group one. And good things to talk through. And as we're going through these, it's not always about getting it perfectly right. It's about getting it and talking through these things. So thanks so much for your help with that. Let's give group one a round of applause. Thanks so much for kicking us off. All right, group two, when we get to our first reader here in just a moment, you do not need to read that nice big standard because it's the same standard, but a different indicator pair. So kick us off with that foundational quality indicator.
So I'm with group two, and our foundational for DEI 1.2 foundational quality indicator program demonstrates awareness of and in respective to multiple aspects of the diversity of families served. And our arrow is formal structure. And in high quality indicator program utilizes formal structure to be responsive to multiple aspects of the diversity of families served.
Yeah, thanks, Rihanna. Thank you so much. And do you have a different reader for the scenario group two?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm a reporter too. So at first glance, the rural community that the River Valley Family Resource Center is located in might not seem particularly diverse. The people in the community are Caucasian, have lived there for generations, and 90% of them identify as Christian, 10% as agnostic. But the layers of diversity run deep in River Valley, and the FRC is well experienced with working with them. When families come to the center, they see images of mothers, fathers, grandparents, and families with children who have special needs. The center's parent advisory committee includes members who represent all these caregivers as well, which helps the staff develop activities that reflect their particular interests. The staff team itself includes men and women of multiple generations, which helps younger parents, older parents, and grandparents feel that they can relate to and trust them. The FRC has built relationships with the Baptist, Lutheran, and Catholic churches so that families of all denominations know that they are welcome at the center. The FRC developed a partnership with the churches for their congregations to take turns providing baked goods and knitted items for the baby showers the center has for new parents.
Awesome. Thanks,
We,
Tina.
no problem. We had one foundational quality, which was the images of mothers, fathers, grandparents, and families with children with special needs. And then the high quality ones we had were connecting with churches of different denominations who brought items for the baby shower. The structure of the staff itself, because it includes multiple generations, so it helped the families that were coming to the resource center to relate. And the parent advisory committee, who represented all caregivers and helped staff create and develop activities.
Yeah, great. So lots of good things happening in this scenario. So you correctly identified your foundational and high quality. There's one other foundational, just so you have it, just so you have them all captured, and that is that the program has built relationships with the churches to welcome all denominations. So the relationship building is foundational, but then once they actually formalize that partnership with the churches, that is where it goes to high quality. So yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Let's give group 2 a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right. And over to group 3. Group 3, you have a brand new standard. So start us off there.
Standard DEI.2 program enhances the ability of both staff members and families to navigate a diverse society and to advance equity and inclusion. Our foundational quality indicator is that program offers opportunities for staff members to learn about and advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our arrow element is staff training, and our high quality indicator is program provides professional development to support staff members to learn about advanced diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I don't know that we have like a second reporter because we got like cut off. So
yeah, no problem. Let's see if anybody else from your group wants to share out. Let's see, we have Jennifer, Amanda, Mr. Anderson. Anybody want to jump in and read the scenario, please?
I can read it if that's fine with everybody.
Got some MVPs in this room here. Yeah, whoever wants to, we're flexible.
Okay, so Rodney and Kenneth visit the Hillcrest Elementary School Family Support Center to determine whether they would feel comfortable to bring their three-year-old son Joshua to a playgroup there. They had experienced awkwardness and judgment at other playgroups and were seeking an environment that was comfortable and accepting of their family. Joyce, the center coordinator, warmly welcomes them and provides an overview of the program. Rodney asks whether there are other families like theirs in the group, and Joyce says that they've not had same-sex parent participants to date. She tells them she wants to make sure they would feel fully welcome and supported by the program and will do her best to prepare the staff. Joyce discusses serving same-sex parents with staff team and acknowledges this will be a new experience for them. Some staff members say they are concerned that they may say or do something that might unintentionally offend. Joyce searches for online resources and training for staff on understanding how to work effectively with same-sex families. She shares the resources with the staff and signs them up for an online training. She and her team also participate in a diversity workshop offered by the State Network of Family Resource Centers to increase their own self-awareness, including recognizing and addressing bias that could affect their working with people different from themselves. After these trainings, Joyce encourages the staff to feel comfortable to raise questions and have discussions at staff meetings and during individual supervision time about working with same-sex parents. And so for our foundational quality example, we said that the fact that Joyce welcomed the family to the program at all in a warm manner, demonstrates like an overall effort of inclusion. And we were a bit torn between whether or not her encouragement of them to raise questions after the training was foundational or high quality. because the setting of that question raising was during like a formal individual supervision time and staff meeting. And that seems a little bit more structured, but the effort to, expand their understanding, is foundational. And, or at least given the opportunity for them to expand their understanding is foundational. And then we said the fact that she invited the staff to the diversity workshop trainings offered by the network of family resource centers was high quality.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you had some great discussion and hit the nail on the head with many of these. So just to what you were talking about, Jatasha, with the staff being encouraged to talk about working with same-sex parents at staff meetings and in supervision, that's actually foundational because for this standard and indicator pair, staff training is in the arrow and it's not formal structure. If formal structure were in there, I could see how you definitely would think that. So that's why like the high quality ones here are the online training, that diversity workshop. So that would be foundational. Like, of course, it's still quality, right? Like it's a foundational quality though. So yeah, great. Well, thank you so much, group 3. Great job with that. All right, let's move over to group 4. And group 4, you have the same standard as group 3, but a different aspect of the standard. So you can start us out with the foundational quality indicator, please.
Okay, so DEI 2.2, foundational quality indicator. Program offers opportunities for families to learn about and advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. With the arrow, it's formal structure. DEI 2.2 high quality indicator. Program implements formal structures to support families to learn about and advance diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thanks, Eden. And who's your second reporter to read out the scenario?
I am the second reporter. Okay, so I will read out the scenario. Juliana is a grandmother who is raising her 2 grandsons, Hector and Roberto. Juliana is African American, and the children's parents were African American and Mexican American. The boys are approaching the age she expects to have the talk with them about the dangers they face due to racism or potential unjust treatment from authority figures, law enforcement, and others, and how to de-escalate situations in which they may find themselves. Juliana mentions this to Marquis, staff member of their after-school program, if he could reinforce what she plans to tell them by sharing his experience with them as a Black man. He is willing to do so, but also says he feels there is more to do to address this issue than expect African American youth to handle these situations themselves. Juliana agrees and asks what more can be done. Marquis mentions that the program has been planning a workshop for white parents on how to have a similar talk with their children about how to behave when they witness racist behavior and how to be anti-racist. Juliana is surprised to hear this and wonders how it will go. Marquis says the idea actually came from some of the parents on the after-school advisory committee who are white and wanted to do something. He invites Juliana to consider joining the committee, which includes parents, school, and community members of diverse backgrounds. He says that her perspective and lived experience would help inform the program and other members of the committee as they plan their future anti-racist activities.
Great, thanks, Victoria. And what did you find for both foundational and high quality?
So for foundational, we thought that a staff member from the after-school program, Marquis, was reaching out to Juliana to just invite her to participate in the workshop. So it was something that he was kind of sharing what current resources they have, and she reached out to him for support. So the staff member provided that. And then for the high quality example, just having that advisory committee Native parents and other community members to have the discussion about being anti-racist and diversity, and then inviting Juliana to participate and share her perspective.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so the foundational providing the information to families about both that Marquis conversation with Juliana, as well as that workshop that they had, and great job with the high quality as well. So wonderful. Thanks so much, Group 4. Let's give you all a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, and now over to Group 5. And Group 5, we have a brand new standard. So kick us off there on page 31.
Yes, so standard DEI 3, program engages in ongoing reflection and adaptation to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. The foundational quality indicator is program reflects on diversity, equity, and inclusion on an ongoing basis. The arrow is formal structure, and the high quality indicator is program implements formal systems and practices to reflect on diversity, equity, and inclusion on an ongoing basis.
Great, thanks, Evelyn. And your second reporter, Group 5, to read us the scenario.
Hamilton House has served the inner city community for the past 50 years, providing a variety of social services. In recent years, the organization has been paying more attention to its role in advancing equity for the community it serves. Staff meetings have identified and discussed systemic issues impacting the community, such as under-resourced schools, which limit young people's futures, educational, and employment opportunities. The organization recognized that it also needed to do its own internal work on advancing equity and set up a committee of board and staff to review systems and practices. They researched and chose to utilize an equity assessment tool with reflective questions about organization culture, staff ethnic and socioeconomic diversity, hiring practices, and career advancement pathways. The organization held an equity forum to share and discuss the results with both the board and staff, which indicated that the organization itself provided limited opportunities for community members' hiring and advancement. And so for foundational, we put the Hamilton House having the staff meetings to identify and discuss the systemic issues in the community. And then for high quality, we put them doing the research, the equity assessment, developing that tool for their organization. And then we battled between the last one, we weren't sure, but we ended up putting this as like high quality. And it was them holding the equity forum to share and discuss the results of the assessment.
Yeah, great. So for foundational, like that, like you said, the organization, like they're paying attention to their role in advancing equity, those staff meetings to discuss those systemic issues. Yes, yes. And the organization recognizing that it needs to do its own internal work, recognizing that is definitely foundational, right? And then you touched on that equity assessment tool. So foundational quality, them researching the equity assessment tool, that's foundational, getting that started, right? And then once the ones that are actually at high quality is when they start using the equity assessment tool. And like you had said, setting up the committee of board and staff to come together to reflect on equity and holding that forum, like you said, definitely also high quality. Great. Awesome job, Group 5. Thank you so much. Let's give you all a round of applause. All right, and Group 6. Group 6, you have the same standard as Group 5, but a different indicator pairs. So kick us off with that foundational quality indicator.
Okay, our DEI 3.2 foundation quality indicator is program adapts in order to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our arrow is the formal structure, and our high quality indicator is program implements formal systems and practices to adapt in order to advance the diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thanks so much, Rick. And our second reporter for Group 6, who would like to read out that scenario.
The rural community where Annie works as the Covington County Family Resource Center director has been hard hit by the opiate epidemic, which has led many families having a member with the opiate use disorder, many parents being incarcerated, and many children now in the custody of their grandparents. She has led the FRC to shift its services in response to these challenges, recognizing the need to be supportive and inclusive of the various family members affected by the crisis. The FRC applied for and was chosen to participate in a government-funded home visiting pilot program for families with OUD. The FRC staff researched and chose parenting a second time around as a curriculum to use with grandparents who now are the primary caretakers of their grandchildren. Annie sought out information how to support children who are affected by the incarceration of a parent and how the FRC could support the parent during and after incarceration. To support staff to do this work, the FRC has provided training for them to acknowledge and address their own biases about people who have substance abuse issues or have been incarcerated, to set a reasonable expectations by understanding that the road to recovery is bumpy and often has setbacks, and to practice good self-care. So we decided one of the foundational quality examples would be recognizing that the opioid use disorder, now children are being taken care of by other members of the family. So including those other family members and reaching out to them was foundational for us. And then on the same side, the high quality would be staff research and chose a curriculum like second time around to use with grandparents. That would be high quality. And then the other foundational quality we found was they sought out information how to support children who are affected by incarceration, by parents or family members being incarcerated. And then the high quality would be taking time to address what biases the staff have and retraining their staff on those biases. That's the only two that we came from each one.
Yeah, good stuff. Great job with that. So one thing to flag, similar to the last scenario, when they're researching the curriculum, that's meeting foundational quality, getting that ball rolling. But then once they implement it, that's high quality. So just flagging that, that does appear in both. And then, like you had said, the program adapting to be inclusive of families, that's foundational. And gathering those information, like you had said, is also foundational. And then I think you had also said too about the program securing a new home visiting program to serve families with the opiate use disorder, and the also the program providing training for staff to address those biases. Yes, great. All right. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, Group 6. Let's give you all a round of applause. Wonderful job with that. And thanks everyone for your help walking through those. So we have now come to that section reflection time where you'll have an opportunity to look back over the section and take any notes, jot down any thoughts, ideas, next steps at all. Those will be really helpful as you're connecting with your program colleagues and peers from the training later today. And we put a sample question here again that you might want to reflect on. So how are we reflecting on and adapting to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion? That's just one question to think about. We'll give you a few minutes to reflect in your manual, and then Janice will chat out the link in just a little bit. All right, and now I'll ask for Janice to chat out the link to that section reflection highlight document. So of the things that you were jotting down in your manuals, think of a highlight to put in the section reflection highlight document. So now after you do this one, you should have three 3 columns filled out for the first 3 sections of the standards. And as you are finishing up getting your highlights into that document, take your time doing that. We're going to go ahead and send you on your first break of today. So you'll have 30 minutes, and I have put the return times in the chat. So we'll see. We'll see everyone back at 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central, 10:45 Mountain, and 9:45 Pacific time. Have a great break. And again, feel free to just turn off your audio and video and stay connected so you don't have to rejoin. Thanks so much. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a wonderful break. I know it was lunchtime here on the East Coast and maybe breakfast time still on the West Coast. So hope you had a good opportunity to rejuvenate and relax a little bit. It was great to read a little bit over break about what you're thinking about as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion. So lots of ideas in here around continuing formal DEI training, talking to HR and your leadership about looking at what you can do to make some changes in that area, looking to see if your parent advisory committees represent multiple layers of diversity as well, bringing more awareness to your program, looking at implementing curricula for diverse families, creating a space where families can discuss their own experiences. Absolutely. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of you are already doing great work in DEI. I see there's one of you have a DEI committee already, which is awesome. And others just really being able to find areas to explore further. So that is fabulous to read about and see what you're thinking about. Alrighty, so we are going to jump into the next section, which is community strengthening. So we are going to start looking at the community strengthening section, and we're going to look at a tool that is called the iceberg model. And I'm going to put the link to this, or the this document in the chat, so you have that handy. Just give me 1 second to grab that. There you go. This is not in your handout, but wanted to make sure you have it, as it's super helpful as we're talking through this. So, community strengthening. So this iceberg model can help us think strategically about issues and challenges that the families that we're working with are experiencing. So as you know, with an iceberg, such a small portion is above the surface, and the rest of it, most of it, is underwater. So let's look at this model together, and hopefully everybody was able to access that PDF in the chat. So at the top, and it's also in the PowerPoint, of course, too. Starting at the top, we're looking at that events level. So we're starting with an event, an issue, or a challenge that a family is experiencing. And then just below the surface, we're looking below that presenting issue to see if it's part of a trend or a pattern that we can confirm with data. So is this issue just affecting one family, or is this happening to others? And then a layer deeper, we're looking at the system's structure. So at this level, we are looking at what systems are leading to these patterns. And then at the deepest level, we're looking at mental models. So here we're looking at the values, the assumptions, the beliefs, the biases that are underlying the system. So we're going to take a look at an issue that we have diagrammed out for you. And walking through this example will help prepare you a bit before you are working in your own groups to practice using this tool. So we'll ask Janice to paste the link to this Google Doc in the chat. And once it's there, ask you to click on it. And I'm going to screen share it as well, so you'll be able to see it there too. And just be a little patient if it takes a moment to load. Sometimes when we're all going in, it's a little pokey. So let me make this a little bigger so we can see it better. Okay, so let's look at this together here. So the event that we see happening to one family is that they are unable to find adequate affordable housing. And I also should mention too, because of the layout of the document, where let's imagine that the iceberg is tilted on its left side. So the tip of the iceberg is over here on the left, and then the deepest level is over here on our right. So we'll work our way across. So again, the event that's happening to one family is that they're unable to find adequate affordable housing. And then looking a layer deeper under the surface, we want to consider whether this is just impacting one family or whether this is a pattern or a trend, which more data would be able to tell us. And so it turns out that many families are unable to access adequate affordable housing, and housing costs are rising faster than incomes. And wait lists for public housing are extremely long. And then looking here at the system structure, we're looking at those structural forces that lead to why we see these patterns and trends in the first place. So the city has not prioritized affordable or public housing developments, and affordable housing is only developed in areas that already face many other challenges. And there is also racial segregation in the housing market. And then looking at this deepest level here, we're looking at those values, those assumptions, and beliefs that are shaping the system. The assumption is that lower income families, one of the assumptions at play here is that lower income families are lazy, inadequate, and less deserving than others. And some homeowners, one of the beliefs at play here is that homeowners do not want more affordable housing created in their own neighborhoods because they fear it will lower their property values. And racism is at play here as well. So what we're going to ask you to do in your groups is to, you'll be in the same breakout groups that you were yesterday in those next steps groups. So if you came with program colleagues, you'll be paired up with them. That way you can talk specifically about your communities that you're serving. And if you didn't, no worries, we'll pair you up with, we'll partner you up with someone else in the training, or maybe small groups, I don't remember, but you'll be with others from the training to peer share about what you'd like to focus in on. So you'll be in those groups. You'll have 20 minutes to identify and diagram out an issue systemically. And we recommend that you spend no more than 5 minutes thinking of an issue to diagram out. Sometimes that's the hardest part, just to get started. And it's okay if more than one group pick the same issue. These issues affect people across the country, outside of the country, right? So that's perfectly fine. You will be able to see what others are working on. And again, don't worry about it if you see others having the same issue that they're working through. So if you're group one, you'll be working in that row, and so on and so forth. And it is okay if you don't finish. We can't solve all of the world's problems in 20 minutes, but do your best to get as far as you can. And one thing to mention too, we will make sure that you are able to screen share in your breakout rooms. I just double checked that setting, so you're good to go. You'll want to have a participant do that, because that way at least one of you will have the Zoom screen up in front of you, where you'll see the very helpful reminders from Janice letting you know when you have 15 minutes, 5 minutes, and 2 minutes remaining in your groups. And maybe you'll want to designate someone to record as well. So not all of you are typing into that. So, but we'll leave that up to you all. Are there any questions before we get started? All right, great. We'll see everyone in 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Looks like everybody had a productive 20 minutes. It's so cool being able to see as you're working from the behind the scenes here with this document. So thanks again so much for diving into these important issues of the families that you're serving. And so thank you everyone for your thoughtful participation. Due to having limited time here, we'll just be reviewing one of these together. And so let's take a look at what group 7 did. So group 7, I will screen share so we can all look at this together. And let's see. All right, so group 7 for the visible issue that the family is facing, they decided to look at homelessness. And for their patterns that they were seeing, making them want to look closer at this, they're seeing the patterns over time of that there's low-income families, that they're living with other families and friends. Folks are living in their cars and RVs. There's homelessness shelters, and in those shelters, they're seeing illnesses, and they're not in a safe area, and that there's no family shelters. So the whole family isn't able to be together potentially. So lots of problematic patterns there for sure. And then looking at the systems structure and what structures are leading to why we're seeing these in the first place. The group identified high rents, trying to own, and COVID, that's a problem in many ways, right? And has been for a couple of years now. Single parents and childcare, and parents have to choose a job, school, or care for their child, just that struggle. And then the mental models that group 7 identified is the lack of expectations that caregivers have, and being more dependent on others, mental illness being a problem there. And one of the beliefs or biases that they identified is that maybe homeless folks are lazy. So lots there that group 7 unpacked. So thank you so much for taking a look at these important issues, and for your thoughtful participation in this activity. So now that you have diagrammed out the issues, let's look at how to address these issues. So with each level, we have a different kind of action. And so let's talk about how to address these issues. So looking at this, you see we've added an arrow because that reflects that deeper, the deeper we go, the more leverage we have. So above the surface, all we can do is react to the individual issues or to the events that we see. But then below that, we can anticipate patterns, we can anticipate trends. And we try to get ahead of them by going deeper to change the design of the system. So at the very bottom, our work is to transform the underlying assumptions and beliefs. So as you look at systemic issues in your communities, a helpful resource is this community opportunity map that comes to us from Casey Family Programs. So this is a free online tool that highlights aspects of communities that are associated with safe children and strong families. And it's really awesome because it allows you to disaggregate data by race and ethnicity as well. And the link is here on the slide, but if it's easier, maybe just open Google and type in community opportunity map, and that will be your first result. So we encourage you to check this out later today or in the future. It's a wonderful resource that we highly recommend. And so now that we have talked a bit about community strengthening and starting the conversation of raising these important issues, let's take a look at the introduction to community strengthening in your handbook. So I want to ask you all to turn to page 33. And for this, I'll just need two readers. So just two readers for the two paragraphs on page 33. And if you'd like to volunteer to read, just raise your hand. And thank you so much, Mr. Anderson, for taking the lead. If you'd like to read the first paragraph, and Raphael will ask you to read the second paragraph. Go right ahead.
Families thrive in strong and healthy communities, and both programs and families have crucial roles to play in developing these communities. Families are deeply affected by community conditions such as public safety, and the availability of affordable housing. Green space, social connections with neighbors, and schools that provide quality education. The program both demonstrate awareness of and address community conditions, issues, and priorities. The program network with, and build partnerships with various stakeholders to work collaboratively to enhance community conditions that support families to succeed.
Great. Thank you so much for reading that out loud. So a couple important points there that were just read out loud. So the first is to ensure families thrive. The program is identifying and addresses community conditions, issues, and priorities. And also the program, they're not doing that alone. They're working and partnering, collaborating with other stakeholders to enhance community conditions. And I think Raphael was our second reader.
The program supports families to move along a continuum from addressing and advocating for their individual family situations to also taking an active role in the larger community through civic engagement and seeking systems change. The program is committed to developing participants' leadership skills and facilitating opportunities for families to exercise them in the community.
Thank you so much. So the program is supporting families to be engaged in strengthening their own communities and to promote leadership development. So at the bottom of page 33, you'll see principles 5 and 6 reflected in this section, and you'll see the protective factors of social connections and concrete support in times of need are also reflected in this section. All right, we have another super fun activity for you all to do. So want to ask you all to take out this yellow stapled packet that is in your back pocket, and it looks just like what you see here on the slide. And what you're going to do, it actually is a bit of the opposite of what you've been doing previously with scenarios. So I'll explain how so. So looking at your directions on your sheet, you'll have these here. You are either going to be placed in a groups numbered 1 through 4. So you'll have group 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then our fifth group will be named reviewers. And so I'm going to give directions as a group together, and then you'll find out what you are in just a few moments. So if you are in a group that's numbered 1 through 4, you are going to please review the assigned situation and the standard and indicator pair that correspond with it on the workbook page number provided. And then get to be a little creative here. You are able to develop a presentation a slide or some slides. You can do a skit, a role play, podcasts are really popular, or any other creative way to show how you would address the situation in ways that reflect both foundational and high quality indicators. And important to mention too, if anyone's getting a little anxiety over thinking you have to sing us a song or something, nope, we're not rating creativity. We really just want to see that you are able to address the situation in ways that reflect both foundational and high quality. But if you want to sing to us, we accept. So the presentation needs to include the sharing of the text of the standard and the indicators at the beginning. So you'll just read those before you jump in. And then the reviewers will determine the clarity of the presentation for quality practice. So real quick, while we're talking still about groups 1 through 4, you'll have 20 minutes to prepare, and then you'll have 4 minutes to present. Mary will be our timekeeper, so she'll help keep us all on track to make sure we end on time on this lovely Friday. So make sure as you're preparing your presentation, it will fit in 4 minutes to present. Okay, now let's switch gears to our reviewers. Our reviewers, you are going to, during the 20 minutes to prepare, you're going to familiarize yourselves with the indicator pairs in the section. So you get to look at the whole section and familiarize yourself with them. And then when it's time, after each of the 4 groups present, you will listen to the presentations and will weigh in on if the presentation clearly illustrated both foundational and high quality. And if not, what was missing? And you'll have an opportunity to fill in if there was anything missing. And in order to set you up for success as reviewers, we highly recommend that while you have 20 minutes to prepare, while you don't need to prepare a song or a skit, we do suggest you look over all of the standards and indicator pairs. We suggest that you go ahead and write in some of your own examples for foundational and high quality. That will really help bring some of these indicator pairs to life. And if you have time, you could even review the situations to think about how maybe you would want to address some of these. And of course, there's many ways to address them, but that may be a productive way to spend your time preparing. So again, you'll have 20 minutes to prepare and you'll have 4 minutes to present once we're back in the main room. Are there any questions at all before we go in our breakout rooms? All right, and just remember to peek at the top. If you take it out of full screen mode, you'll be able to see which group you are. So you'll be either group 1, 2, 3, or 4, or in the reviewers group. See you all in 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Well, we can't wait to see what you came up with. We are going to review these again chronologically, and we'll ask you to present. So group 1 will kick us off. And a couple of things to mention before we dive in. So first is you do not need to read the situation if it's clear in your presentation. So like sometimes people, will type up certain things in their PowerPoints or, podcasts sometimes are really clear what's happening. So we'll leave that up to you, but just understand that everyone else hasn't read your situation yet. So whatever you think is best, we'll let you decide that. And remind everyone to follow along in your workbooks. And also we, just to make sure we stay on time today and make sure we get you out on time on this Friday, we are going to ask Mary to help us out. Mary will be our timekeeper. So when you have 1 minute remaining, she's going to hold up that cute little sticky note that says 1 minute remaining, and she's also going to put it in the chat. So have your chat box open so you'll see that. And then after each of the groups, after the first group presents, we'll ask the reviewers to weigh in. I'll give you more instructions when we get there. All right, So I'll stop talking and let's turn it over to group one. And group one, if you could kick us off with reading your standard and indicator pair and arrow element on page 34.
I can read for group one. As a home visiting program coordinator, you receive an invitation to an
I'm
event.
sorry, Angelica. I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you mind reading first the on page 34, the standard indicator and arrow element first, just so everybody knows what we're looking at here. And then it's up to you if you want to read the situation too.
Yes. So our standard is CS1. Program is engaged in community strengthening and builds collaborative relationships. Our foundation and quality indicator program demonstrates awareness of community issues and priorities. Our arrow formal structure, and then high quality indicator program has a formal structure to address community issues and priorities. Okay, so now the scenario, the facts that we know.
Thank you.
As a home visiting program coordinator, you receive an invitation to an event at which the city will release a report about health disparities. The report indicates that the African American community you work with has the highest childhood asthma rates in the city. The health challenges the community faces are systemic, affected by low quality housing that often has mold issues, and poor quality due to the area being surrounded by busy highways and a factory that has often been cited for pollution.
Great. Thank you so much. And then how are you addressing this situation?
All right, so we made a PowerPoint slide. So I'm going to try to do this right and share my screen. Okay, so some foundational quality indicators that we came up with were staff is a member of a network meeting with various community health workers, and staff member attends a meeting regarding health disparities around childhood asthma rates within community. And a high quality indicator is that staff joins a community health coalition to gain resources, and then staff reports back to the team after the meeting with findings and provides resources and next steps for team to take and implement with families.
Great, great, great. Thank you so much, Jasmine. And let's turn to our reviewers. So we have our reviewers, we have 4 reviewers. So would one of the reviewers want to unmute and just say yes or no if you saw both foundational and high quality ways of addressing the situation?
Yes.
I heard a yes from Angie. Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Would the rest of our reviewers agree? I see Jennifer gave a thumbs up. To Amanda and Jasmine agree.
I agree.
Yay. And there's Amanda. Okay, awesome. Great. I had to find all my peeps. Great. Great. Well, let's give group one a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so we were just talking about addressing community needs with group one, and now we're turning to same standard, but a different aspect of the standards where we're really focusing in on those collaborative partnerships. So group two, when you kick us off with reading on page 35, could you just start with the foundational quality indicator, please?
Okay, so group 2, our group foundational quality indicator, the program demonstrates an awareness of and works with other service providers and community organizations to share resources and information. And then it needs a formal structure to be high quality. And the high quality indicator is that the program creates formal partnerships with other service providers and community organizations to strengthen families and communities collaboratively. All right. So our team, I guess I'm going to share our vignette with you guys. So we are a large middle school and we just have a brand new family resource center. We have a variety of partnerships and service providers within the school. Most of us have not had a chance to connect and really get to know each other due to the roles that we play as therapists who are either through the school district or outside therapists, the after school program, which is full of volunteers and some staff, etc. And so although we have a lot of resources, there are some concerns that some of the children and families are falling through, especially those who have special needs are falling through the cracks because of a lack of coordination between all the services that we have. So our team, we did not actually create a slideshow, but we have an announcement. So we have an announcement to the staff. So
ready? Ready?
Yeah, come on, y'all.
Are y'all ready?
We're ready. We're ready.
Just a reminder, the provider meet and greet network meeting will be held.
Come on, Danielle, you got this.
You got it.
That was the introduction music for you guys over the loudspeaker. Okay, go ahead, Danielle, you got it.
So I just said it. Do I say it again?
Yeah, you gotta say it again. They didn't hear you.
Attention all after school staff. Just a reminder, the meet and greet provider networking meeting will be held each and every month.
So also, I'm her backup. Also, in addition to the meet and greet, we recommend and we are highly encouraging you all to attend us for our monthly convener meeting, where we are going to have presentations from resources inside of the school and outside of the school. So bring your thoughts, your concerns, and be ready to share. Food will be provided. We also are asking all of you to join us to welcome the Family Resource Center and the parents for their dinner and a movie night. That's the end, y'all. We was trying.
Wait, we forgot about our groups, guys. Our problem solving groups, our task force.
Okay, go, Dina. Our task force.
This is a great opportunity to connect with colleagues within your same departments to discuss some of the issues we're seeing at the schools, create some MOUs and some plans on how to address them. Thank you. See you there.
Thank you. We'll see you there.
Love it. Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Group 2. Let's give you all a round of applause. Awesome job. All right. So, do we have closing music?
Yes, that was the music.
I love it. I love it. So sorry to interrupt the announcement. I love it. Awesome job. All right. So let's turn to our reviewers. We heard from Angie, weighed in verbally last time. Would anybody else, one of the reviewers, want to kick off first with just yes or no works if you saw both foundational and high quality ways of addressing the situation?
Yes, I heard both.
Yes, agree.
All right. I heard Amanda and Jasmine, Angie, and Jennifer. Okay, there you are. I'm sorry. I need to put all my reviewers in a row. Okay, awesome job. Great, great, great. Thank you so much, reviewers. And thanks again to Group 2. All right, let's turn to page 36. So ask you to read the standard, indicator, pair, and arrow element, and up to you if you read the situation. And over to you, Group 3.
Okay, we did a PowerPoint. Let me share my screen here. Okay, so standard, community strengthening standard 2. And the standard is program engages families in community strengthening and supports their leadership development. The foundational quality indicator, well, we have a slide for that, but I'll just read it. Program provides opportunities for families to be involved in addressing community issues and priorities. And then that's the foundational quality indicator. And then the arrow is family partnership. And then the high quality indicator is program supports families to address community issues and priorities. So our situation is that there are two candidates running for town council, and they both say that they are committed to children's issues. There is a flyer for an upcoming Meet the Candidates night, and it's going to be held at a local school, but there are no provisions for childcare or Spanish interpretation. Election participation tends to be very low among Latinx families that the program works with because they don't feel like politicians listen or represent their interests. We're not sure how many of the families are registered to vote, but we suspect that it's a very low percentage. And then we think a number of the adults in the families don't have legal immigration status, but our program doesn't ask families about it. So that's our situation. And that's the foundational quality indicator that I read. Does someone else from our group want to share about the foundational quality indicator examples?
Okay, I will. The examples are we provide resources for immigrants to learn about voting and elections, bring in an immigration specialist to provide information and resources to undocumented families about voting. For childcare, provide childcare at the Meet the Candidates night to support attendance. Intent to vote, provide information about where they can vote and how to vote. And language, provide flyers, outreach, and materials in multiple languages, including Spanish, provide interpretation and translation services for the Meet the Candidates night.
Thank you. So that's our foundational quality indicators examples. This is our high quality indicator that I read, and then here are the high quality indicator examples. If someone else wants to read these ones.
I'll read them. Candidates running for council should connect with representatives from the Latinx community to include their voice. Advisory committee, develop an advisory committee to represent undocumented families. Families discuss priorities for children's issues with staff members. Crosswalks, etc. Carpools for school.
And that's it.
Awesome job. Thank you so much, group 3. All right, would one of our reviewers want to weigh in and just let us know yes or no works if you saw both foundational and high quality? I see Amanda's head nodding. Got thumbs up there. Awesome. Angie, yes. Jennifer?
Yes.
Yes. All right, Jasmine agrees. 4 for 4, looking good. All right, let's give group 3 a round of applause and thank you so much to our reviewers. All right, now we're over to group 4. Group 4 has the same standard as group 3, but a different aspect of the standards. And here we're focusing in on parent leadership. So group 4, when you kick us off on page 37, if you could just read the, start with the foundational quality indicator.
So the foundational quality indicator is the program supports families to advocate for themselves and to develop their community leadership skills. And the arrow is formal structure and family partnership. The high quality indicator is program implements a formal structure to partner with families to develop their leadership skills and to facilitate opportunities for using those skills in the community. So our situation is that I am the new director of a childcare program. And they used to have another director, and they used to have a committee, but she disbanded that because the parents had way too many demands that were unrealistic. There is one thing that we do is we organize the annual bus trip to the Capitol to advocate. We print t-shirts and have place cards and slogans for the families to hold. But when I asked the staff if parents have been able to speak, the staff have told me that they do not because childcare is a complicated issue and parents just would not know what to say. handing it over to our slideshow.
So here we have broken down a few changes that could be made into foundational and high quality categories. So a foundational indicator or a foundational quality indicator would be like family empowerment. It supports the need to ensure that families and that the program supports families' ability to advocate for themselves. So we would work to provide families with information regarding the budget and funding allocation and how funds are usually distributed so that they are aware of their demands and they know how to funnel their needs or request what they need within a certain like domain, within a certain like budget. And then we have the effort to provide them with information in multiple languages. So making sure that we have interpreters available, volunteer interpreters available to participate when we host, any event. And we need to make sure that we can pair these parents together so they can communicate and collaborate on their needs to make sure that they're mutual. And if not, any distinctions so that they can bring them to the table, and provide survey evaluations and needs assessments in the form of flyers or, questionnaires when they present to the event. And then a high quality indicator would be a little bit more structured in our effort to revamping the parental advisory committee. And that would include, furthering that pairing of parents towards a mentorship grade like program or mentorship level. I don't know the good word for it, but so that they can kind of, if there's a parent or a group of families that have familiarity, they can kind of show them, the best way or one of the more effective ways to advocate for themselves. We could establish workshops that review and expand on childcare needs, since those needs are always evolving. We can do continuing education training for parents regarding program leadership, so expose them to ways that they can be, they can advocate for themselves and be in leadership positions. And we can even establish like a subcommittee to train them on how to apply those leadership values that they learn about in these programs or these training modules, and then also create volunteer opportunities for parents so they can maximize their outreach and exposure. I know that was a lot, I'm so sorry.
That's great, good job. All right, thank you so much, group 4. Let's give you all a round of applause. And let's turn to our reviewers and ask them, you could just give a quick thumbs up or unmute yourself if you saw both foundational and high quality. I see Angie and Jasmine and Jennifer and Amanda saying yes with their thumbs. Great. Well, let's give you all another round of applause. Let's give a special round of applause to our reviewers. Thank you so much. And everyone did a fabulous job with this. So they didn't have to do a whole lot today. So yeah, thank you so much for doing so great with that. All right. So can you believe it? We have conquered another section. And now it's time for you to look back over this section. And this was a big section for me, just all the aha moments. And, so any thoughts, ideas, next steps? We put a sample question here on the PowerPoint, which is how do we engage families in community strengthening and support their leadership development? What does that look like? So we'll give you a few minutes to reflect. And again, this is just working in your manuals. And then once you've had a chance to do that, we'll ask you to share a highlight in the spreadsheet in just a few. All right, and now we'll ask Janice to chat out the link to the section reflection highlight document and give you all an opportunity to enter in a highlight of what you were just reflecting on in your manuals. And once you've completed this one, you should have 4 4 entries into this highlight document. Just one left. All right, as you're finishing those up, we're going to go ahead and give you another break. Thank you for another wonderful section, and hope you all have a relaxing break. Oh, and thank you, Mary. All right, see you all in a half hour.
Thank you so much for participating in the section reflection. I've been reviewing some of that and it looks really good. They're lengthy responses, so it looks like you're enjoying the training and getting a lot out of it. I so enjoy reading those and I appreciate your all's engagement. And now we're ready for everybody's absolute favorite part, evaluation. Do I get some cheers? I know everybody's excited. Everybody loves data, right? I know I used to say as a coordinator, do you want me to do the work or do you want me to tell you about the work? But really and truly, if you really think about evaluation, it is so important because someone said this and it's really true. Evaluation is to improve your program, not just to prove that you did your program. So it's really important. I get really excited about evaluation, as you can kind of tell. So we're going to jump right in. And to get us thinking about how important evaluation is, we're going to do a little sticky note activity. We did this, if you can remember, yesterday we did sticky notes. So I'm going to ask Janice if she can share the link in the chat for us. And I'm going to ask everyone to go to the sticky note and just share in there, how do we know that our work with families makes a difference? Want to just share, you can just try to keep it to one thought per sticky note. If you can use more than one sticky note. If you'd like to highlight a couple of things, that'd be great. I like that. A lot of they let us know, they're sharing with us that they're that we're making a difference, and that is so true. When we ourselves see the progress that our families are making, yeah, that's a great one. Families' gratefulness after they've been through and we've assisted them with their needs. That's a big one. Families achieving goals, success stories. They receive the services they need. Definitely big. Gratitude expressed. Cool. Thank you all so much for participating in that. Get us back on track, and we are going to get started with evaluation. So I'm going to ask if you could to turn to page 38 in your manuals. And this time I'm just going to summarize the main points of this section in the introduction rather than having you read. So I'm going to give you all a little bit of a break, but make sure you're paying attention because I'm going to have some chat activities for us and different things like that. So if you could stay engaged that way, I'd really appreciate it. So in paragraph 1, you can see that the definition of evaluation is the ongoing process of assessing what works and what needs to be modified. Effective evaluation collects and combines 3 different types of data. It's going to collect program participation, which is how many members are there, the demographic information, and just general information about the people that we're serving. Then program quality, so how good is our program? And then program outcomes. So here's our first chance for the chat box activity. I'm going to ask you to enter what you think an outcome is. What is an outcome? If you could put that in the chat for me. Measurement of program success, exactly. Anyone else? Results. 100% correct, right? Hit the nail right on the head. We're looking for those results. That's what our outcomes are. So the second paragraph, you're going to see that families are partners in the evaluation process. And this demonstrates the family-centeredness of the program in doing evaluation, which is what we looked at in the first section of the standards. And you'll notice at the bottom of the page that this section is going to reflect family support principles 8 and 9, and it aligns with the Strengthening Families framework and approach because building the protective factors leads to the positive outcomes for children and families. So now we're going to move to page 39, and you're going to see that the evaluation section has its very own arrow. As with the arrow used in the previous sections, we see that foundational quality on the left, and then we're going to see high quality on the right. And this represents that deeper integration. And these elements in the arrow, however, they're going to be different. We're going to have data analysis, which is collecting data that is foundational quality. But once we start to analyze the data, that's what's going to move us to high quality. We also are going to see sharing evaluation results. And we're going to do that by sharing with various stakeholders, such as our families that we're working with, our funders, and our other programs. So it's really important in evaluation. And then program modification. And that's going to mean changing the program as a result of what we learn from evaluation. We're not going to do evaluation just for evaluation's sake. We're going to do something with what we learn, and that's what's going to enhance our programs. So to further explore the arrow elements, let's think about a scenario using them. So we're going to remember that yesterday we used that 360-degree planning tool when we were doing family centeredness. And in it, we were planning a workshop, and it was for a series of parent events. So let's say that for one of those events, we were planning that we were going to have 25 people that were going to come, but only 5 people showed up. So in the chat box, share with me what you think may have happened that caused not everybody to show up. Why do you think we planned for 25, but we only have transportation? That's a good one. What else could have happened? Work or childcare, so they didn't have childcare or they were at work. Excellent. What else? Outreach. Yeah. Lack of awareness. We may not have communicated it well. Yeah, that's always a big one. Anything else you can think of? Lack of childcare, transportation, communication. Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to go back and we're going to just pick one of these and we're going to show how you can modify it. One of the people said in there that it might have been work or childcare issues. So let's say that people were at work, so it's a time issue. So the data we collected is that the number of participants, which is 5 that we had, and we're going to analyze that by our target goal of 25. So then we're going to share this data with the families we work with, such as our parent advisory committee, and we're going to ask them to help us understand what happened. And in this case, we found out that it was the time. And now we want to talk about what we can do to improve for the next time. So in the chat box, share with me what do you think we're going to do next time that we plan to offer the workshop? We found out from our data that the time was, so we're going to change the time. Exactly. And my next question, it was going to be how are we going to find out what time to change it to? And somebody's already put that in there. We're going to survey our families to find out what time would be best. So you really get this evaluation. That's exactly how it works. So you can see how we can work with within the arrow elements, and we use them to move us from foundational to high quality. And we analyze the data, we share the results, and then we modify the program. So now let me go back to my slideshow. So now we're going to turn to look at the 3 standards implementation tools that are used to help assess and evaluate your work with the standards. And these will be reflected in the indicators and examples in this section. These tools are both in your manual and they're also available online at the National Family Support Network website. To find them, you would just go to the NFSN website, click on Standards of Quality, and then click on Standards Implementation Tools. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Program Self-Assessment Tool, and it's designed to be used by program teams like managers, direct service staff, and parent leaders, and they use it together. It's recommended that all team members involved in using the self-assessment tool have been trained on the standards first. And when a program uses this tool annually, it will meet foundational quality. You can also find an electronic version of this tool online, and it is fillable online, so you can actually type into the tool. So I'm going to ask you now to turn to page 4 of this tool, and these are at the back of should be at the back of your book. And it looks like the one that's up on the screen. So you can see that it's set up a lot the same as the other tools in our book. It's got up here at the top, the standard, and on the left, foundational quality. You'll see on the right, high quality. And then you'll see your arrow elements here in the center, which will move you from foundational to high quality. You'll also note for this, we have not provided you with examples, but we have left you blank spots where you can actually fill in your own examples. And at the bottom, I'd also like to point out that there's a continuum at the bottom so that you can kind of rank where you are as you use this tool. And again, this is online, this is fillable, so you'd actually be able to type into these boxes, and you can actually click on the little circles and they'll light up and tell you where you believe that you are. And also, I just want to note that the arrow continues, just like we talked about yesterday with the continuum that we did there. It's going past meeting foundational and high quality because we're always deepening quality, and this is an ongoing process. I also want to mention that it's important to allow enough time for a team to work on filling out this tool together. Some programs choose to do it by having a special meeting focusing on completing it all at one time, while others will maybe have a staff retreat where they work on it. Other programs dedicate time over a series of staff meetings to complete it, and they do it section by section. So those are just some ideas of how you can utilize this tool. So the next thing we want to talk about is our staff self-reflection tool. And this is a series of 18 questions, and it reflects the standards content. It serves as an ongoing reminder of how to implement the standards, and staff are encouraged to put it in a place where they can see it regularly, such as above their desk. This is also a tool that you can find online. So you can print that off for your staff. It's just kind of a good idea they can just, I don't know, have you ever, any of you can do thumbs up or thumbs down, used like where you put an affirmation on like your mirror, so that like when you get up in the morning, you see it and it's positive reflection for you. Has anybody ever done anything like that? Yeah, I see some thumbs up. Yeah. So this is kind of the same principle where you can put this up and you're looking at it and it just keeps it in your forethought. It keeps you thinking about it. Some of those things so that you'll make sure that you're reaching foundational quality. And that's just one idea of how you can use this tool. We're getting ready to hear a video from a good friend of mine. Her name's Debbie Comstock, and she is in California and also Utah. She is speaking to us today from her work in Utah, how they have actually used this self-reflection checklist in her work.
I would like to share a little bit about use of the staff reflection tool that we've used in a program that I was working with. And I found that to be such a helpful tool. Not only was it helpful to have staff think about their work, but I would often invite them to bring that to supervision with them so that we had a chance to sit down and go over it. Because it gave them a chance to tell me about all the things they felt like they were doing well, which sometimes helped when there were things that were not working super well with some of the families because they were frustrated. But it helped them focus on the things that we knew would work with families, despite how impatient they might get sometimes. So I found that what we were actually doing is some degree of some self-reflection supervision. And so it really helped.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool aspect with work, because that is really, this tool reflects our work and it's a good evaluation tool. So I think that was a really cool use that they use it for. Sorry. So the next tool we're going to talk about is our participant survey. And unfortunately, it is not in your book right now, but you can find it available on the National Family Support Network. and you can print it out. It shows how well the program is meeting the standards from the participant's point of view. It's not a satisfaction survey of a specific activity or program, and it's been designed so that you can use it for any different kinds of programs that you have. So it's not specific to a program, but you can adapt it to use with any of your programs. It's just one page, and that allows you as an agency to add your own questions, which are specific to your activities or an existing survey. You can put an existing survey on the back if you want to. The questions mirror those that are on the staff checklist. So if your staff members are mindful of those questions, the program participants are likely to give the program high scores. When you do go online at the National Family Support Network, you'll find that this particular tool is available in English, Spanish, and Chinese, which is, I think, a great thing because that helps us with working with all of our families. So now we're going to do a little self-reflection. We're going to do this in pairs. Janice is going to divide us up into groups, and we're going to go out. And we're going to give you the opportunity to practice using the staff checklist. So what we want you to do is just, kind of back and forth, ask each other questions on the tool. We're going to give you about 6 minutes. It's just going to give you a chance to kind of review using that tool. Does anybody have any questions? We don't necessarily expect you to get through the whole tool. You can just take your time. You can jump around however that you want to do it. And if you want to just ask a question and then kind of talk about it and reflect, that's fine too. So Janice, if you're ready, you can send them off into their groups. We'll see you back in 6 minutes. And remember, she will give you that 2-minute and 30-second warning before we bring you back. Okay, we'll see everybody back in 6 minutes. Okay, so the reason that it says that is because there are some programs that have their own tools that they use. And so if you didn't use both, you would not be at high quality. You would only be, you wouldn't be at quality, foundational quality, because you would have to use both of those tools. An example I can give you is we did a thing in the Family Resource Center where I was, which was called the Born Learning workshops for parents. And as part of that program, it had a pre and a post test that you had to do to assess the data. So if I had only used this one tool, this survey that goes along with the standards, I would not have been meeting foundational quality because I would not be assessing all the data for the program. So that is the reason it says that you have other appropriate program assessment tools that you would need to use. So in order to meet foundational quality, you'd have to use both rather than just one because you're measuring different aspects. When you look at the arrow, what's going to move us to high quality is analyzing the data that we collect and then program modification. So for example, let's say that through using the program self-assessment tool, we identified that we need to do more to engage fathers. When we modify our program to do so, that's when we're going to move to high quality. So now we're going to turn to the next pair of indicators, which are on page 42. And we're still looking at quality, but now we're looking at a different aspect of quality. So it's our foundational quality indicator states that the program invites and records feedback regarding program quality from families and other stakeholders, such as service provider partners. So in the chat box, what are some of the ways that you gather data now from your families about program quality? Surveys. Everybody uses surveys. It's an excellent tool. Another method listed as the first example under foundational quality is using the standards participant survey that we just looked at. So that's just another avenue of a way that you could do it. You can also do focus groups. You'll note that the third example under foundational quality is about regularly soliciting feedback from service provider partners. And now we're going to look at the arrow, and you're going to see that to get to high quality, we need to analyze the feedback data, we need to share it, And then we need to use it to modify the program. So for example, putting the data in the program newsletter to share with participants, we let them know that the value of their feedback and what a difference it made in modifying our program. So now to explore the importance of sharing feedback, we're going to explore a scenario. So let's say that you went into a family resource center and you saw a suggestion box. It was in the reception area and there was a stack of blank index cards next to it. And it's similar to what you're going to see right here on the screen in this image. So using a thumbs up or thumbs down, how many of you think it would be worthwhile to fill out one of these cards? Thumbs up or thumbs down. Do you think it'd be worth it to actually fill out one of these and put it in the box? Okay, see some thumbs up. Okay, now I'm going to show you another image. Now, looking at this image on this slide, by show of Zoom thumbs, how many of you think it would be worthwhile for you to fill out one of these cards? Thumbs up, thumbs up. I see lots of thumbs up. Okay. Would anybody be willing to come off mute and tell us why they think it would be worthwhile to use this one, let's say, even over the other one? Just give me a comparison of what you think of the two different ones.
For me, it's seeing this, I can tell that they're responsive to it. I know what happened to it. And I know if I put one, then I'm going to get a response that somebody's paying attention to it. It's not just a small trash can that I'm putting my thoughts in.
I agree with you totally. I get that. Yes, because they've got actual examples up here that they're actually reading what you're putting in that box, and they're responding to it. Anyone else like to share? I love listening to you all.
I kind of wonder, sorry,
Yes.
I kind
No,
of
no,
wonder
go
if
ahead.
they should put like the person's name, like first name and last initial, because are these just thoughts that the staff came up with, but just to add a little bit more of a human touch of, Angie B, underneath the question, so we know, okay, that's maybe the staff is just not coming up with these questions, but real life quote people are. I don't know.
I can definitely see that. I know some people have said when we've done this activity before that they were afraid that even people might be able to recognize handwriting and it might be a confidentiality issue. So, I mean, going a step further and putting a name and initial, that would be even more of a concern maybe. I mean, I do see where you're coming from, that they might, I hope we're not also jaded that we think they're just making this up. I mean, I guess in this work, maybe sometimes, there is a little bit of that, but, our thought process here is just to make sure that they see we are actually, we're paying attention to what they say. And not only are we reading what they say, we're doing something about it. We're going to make a change, or we're at least going to tell you why we can't. We're going to actually respond to you. So I really like this activity. So this is just something that we need to think about when we're soliciting input from our families via our surveys or our focus groups, however we're getting that information, whether it be through this or another method. How are we demonstrating to them that we're actually listening? We're actually listening, and it matters what they say to us. We're going to do it if we can. If we can't do it, we're going to tell you why. We're going to work with you to figure out another way to do, to meet your needs. So I think this is just a really good thought-provoking thing for us. The 360-degree tool that we looked at earlier is also an example of a continuous quality improvement, or a CQI process. And we're continually gathering feedback on and refining our workshops to ensure that they are most responsive to the community's interests and their concerns. So now we're going to turn to the third set of data, which is program outcomes. And as we talked about before, outcomes are results that we can measure. Standard E3 says that the program collects and analyzes information related to program outcomes. And our foundational quality indicator says that the program tracks data on participant and program outcomes. So in the chat box, share with me what you think is the most common way of tracking data on program outcomes. How do we know the outcome of our program was successful or not successful? What is the most common way to track that? Pre and post. That is absolutely 110% correct. Pre and post test. That gives you your data. You know what they knew before they came into the program. They know whether or not you've achieved, whether or not you've achieved the goal. Have they gotten what you were trying to give to them? If they're not getting what you were trying to give, we need to go back and modify. Maybe we didn't present it correctly. Or, and here's an interesting thought, what if they knew exactly what they knew everything when they came in on that pre-test, and they know everything when they go out on that post-test? Maybe we're giving them stuff they don't need. Maybe there's another avenue that we need to look at. I mean, this is a really important and key piece of data that sometimes get overlooked. When you're just doing that post-test, you're not necessarily going to know everything that you need to know. We need to know that our programs are not only being successful, but they're actually things that our participants need. We're getting that information to our families. We're helping them. So another method listed as the first example under foundational quality is that the program records progress toward contract and grant deliverables. And to move to high quality, there's 3 elements in the arrow. You've got data analysis, you've got sharing the evaluation results, and you've also got program modification. So you would need to do all 3 of those to move to high quality. And that's it. We have successfully gone through evaluation. So now that we've reviewed the evaluation section, we're going to look back over the standards and we're going to reflect on them. I'd like to ask you to jot down your thoughts, your ideas, and your next steps. And a sample question that you might ask yourself as you're reflecting is, are we analyzing our data? Are we sharing it? And are we learning from it? I'm going to give you 5 minutes of time just to reflect on that for a little bit, and then we will go to the next thing. All right, I'm going to ask Janice if she will share the link, and she's so quick, for our section reflection document. And if you'll click on there, I'm going to give you an opportunity to fill in a highlight for the evaluation section. And this is also a good opportunity to look back to make sure that you have actually put something into all of the columns for all of the sections. So you should have 5 sections that are completed. Once we finish with this document, it is the last time you're going to see it. And it is one of the ways that we measure engagement for certification process. So if you could make sure that you do that for us, I would appreciate it. Okay, so now what we are at our second next steps activity. We did this yesterday at the end of the day, and it was our opportunity to review through the standards that we had covered yesterday. So today we're going to be covering DEI, community strengthening, and evaluation. You'll take out that tan sheet that you used yesterday, so that while you're in those groups, it's going to provide you space to reflect, questions to answer. So what we're going to look is, how do these standards compare to what we're doing right now? Which indicators do we think our program or organization, our network, needs to focus on? And what are our next steps going to be? That's what we're going to reflect on as we're in this 12-minute session. You're going to be with the same groups that you were with yesterday at the end of the day. So if you came here with colleagues, you'll be in that same group with them. If we placed you in a group with other people, you'll still be with that same group today. You're going to have 12 minutes, and you'll get a 2-minute remaining alert before we bring you back. So does anyone have any questions? I do actually have my chat open this time, so if you stick one in there, I will see it. Sorry about that earlier. But if you'd like to come off mute, if you've got any questions also, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. All right, Janice, do you have us ready to go into groups? All right, so I will see everyone back in 12 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great conversation. We'd love to hear some of your feedback. So if anybody be willing to come off of mute and share with us some of the things that you talked about, maybe some of your next steps or things that you reflected on about the standards. We'd love to hear from you.
I can go for our group. So one of the next steps that we discussed was that both of us, so we work for different departments in the same organization, and both of us are trying to start a parent advisory committee. So the next steps would be partnering up with that so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And if we're trying to do the same thing, might as well rally around our programs and doing it together. So next steps will be reaching out to our supervisors about it and talking about logistics, grant restrictions and requirements so that the PAC meets both their needs but also ours. So yeah, really excited about that.
Great, that sounds exciting. And just to mention it, the NFSN does offer a training on developing a PAC and sustaining a PAC group, which is a great training if you're interested in that. It's actually usually led by our co-director and founder of the company and a parent leader. So that's something, if you're interested, you could find that on our page. You could see when our next one would be, if you'd be interested in doing that. Okay. Angie, would you like to share?
Sure. I mean, something that I think I'm going to take back is probably the surveys and the families that were no-shows to make for our appointments. And the reasons why they were a no-show. Is it because of the time? Was it because of transportation? Was it because of the language barrier and they did not it was in English and they speak Spanish or whatever other language there was? Why are the reasons why, and what can I do on my end to help them to make their appointments? And then also kind of more of an evaluation tool after the appointment to add to our appointments. What can we do better to help them at these appointments and more fulfilling, or any changes that we need to make?
Great conversation, great ideas. I know when I was a coordinator, lots of times it would be like people didn't show up. Oh, I didn't have food. That's why they didn't come. You know, I just guessed myself what it was. I didn't bother to ask anybody. And you know what? You can't fix anything if that's what you do. If you just sit around in your own little bubble, your own ideas, your own programs that you want to do, you don't get that feedback from the people that you're actually trying to help, you're just not going to be successful, and you're not going to have the programs that they need. And that's just a great takeaway from this training. Would anybody else like to share? We've got time for more.
I'll speak. So I work in facilities, so I don't necessarily work directly with participants. But I do see that everyone that comes in does a sign-in sheet. They always sign in, so we have, and they ask questions to evaluate their needs. If they've been there before, or if they haven't been there, and just kind of following from that. But I do notice that I feel like our social media presence isn't as strong as it could be in the community. I feel like that's something that can be grown because that's where everything's at right now. And so possibly speaking to management to create more of like a text log to communicate with our participants, to make sure they actually do know about upcoming events, and to show up for events if they don't show up for those issues.
Yeah, great observation. I know we talked about yesterday that just how everything changes, and we have to adapt. We have to change. We have to adapt. When I started at the Family Resource Center, and as I shared yesterday, I was there for 20 years. When I started, newspaper was the way to get your information out. And now people are like, what is a newspaper? You know, I mean, they do still exist, but it is not as common. It is not in everybody's home. So you've got this technology piece that you've got to figure out, and you've got to, you know, start to navigate that and start getting that information out to our family. So that's a great observation. Thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate that. So we're hoping that this training is the start and not the end of reflecting on your program's implementation of the standards. And we encourage you to continue to dialogue about standards application with your team members and your stakeholders when you return to your programs. And now I'm going to turn things back over to Julie, and she's going to take us to the end line.
All right. The finish line is approaching. I just love hearing all of your next steps. Thank you so much for sharing those. Literally the best part of the training is hearing your takeaways and what you're thinking. So thanks again for sharing those. So we saw these desired outcomes bright and early yesterday morning. Want to see how we did with them. So let's take a moment to review these desired outcomes, which we hope were achieved. So would like to ask you all to indicate by a round of applause how we did with these, if you agree with these questions or not. Do you understand the two frameworks that the standards are based upon? I see some applause. Great. Some thumbs up. Wonderful. Great. Do you understand the standards and feel ready to apply them? Yeah, even more applause. Great. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. And do you understand how the standards can enhance your work with families? Yes. All the applause. Great. 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 Well, thank you all so much for your engaged participation in the Standards of Quality for Family Strengthening and Support certification training. The sweetheart on the screen is signing thank you in American Sign Language. So now we're going to, this is just a quick activity. We're going to conduct a word cloud activity where we're going to ask everyone to click on the link in the chat. Janice will put it in there momentarily. And once you click on that, please enter one word that describes how you're feeling about the standards. So take a moment to let us know how you're feeling about the standards. All right, so as you're typing in your words, it will make a beautiful word cloud and it will keep rearranging. And the words that are bigger are the ones that more folks have said. So we love this. Okay, so inspired, educated, confident, fulfilled, energized, informed, hopeful, growth, yes. I love it. And then it moves and I have to try to remember which ones I said. Okay. Strong, eager, fulfilled. I love it. Empowered, wonderful. I love that confident is one of the biggest one and inspired also one of the biggest ones. Like, that's awesome. Informed, phenomenal, hopeful. Yeah. In April of 2022, I love to see hopeful. That is great. Wonderful. Love it. Well, thank you all so much for sharing out how you're feeling about the standards. I love seeing that. All right, so we are going to want to share some resources and events that are available to you through the national network. So one of the opportunities that we love highlighting is our webinar Wednesdays. So these happen they happen many Wednesdays of every month. And so one of them is the standards overview presentation. And we have, and I apologize, why does that have a March? Sorry, I must have opened the wrong file. So that is offered monthly. So disregard the date. There is one coming up. It's the first week of May. And the website on the bottom is correct. So you can access that to register. Obviously, you all won't need this because you're already certified, will be certified in the standards. But if you have program colleagues or anyone that like you want to share about the standards, and of course, you know, it's just hard sharing about it, right? It's just so awesome. But this is 90 minutes of just them being able to learn all the things. And so that is coming up the first week of May. There's other ones as well. There's ones about family resource centers. We just had a Native American Family Resource Center webinar yesterday that was incredible. That will be on the website today if you want to check out the recording. We have a whole library where you can access the webinars, the webinar recordings. And if you're particularly interested in the standards one, you can check out different implementation webinars. So like you can learn about Kentucky's implementation and how they're using the standards, or Texas we recently highlighted as well. So it's really cool to see what different states are doing with the standards. So encourage you to check out the Webinar Wednesdays page when you get a chance. Yes, May 4th. Star Wars Day. All right. And another resource that Mary mentioned. So this is the training about parent advisory committees. So whether you are wanting to strengthen an existing parent advisory committee or wanting to start a new one, this is a great training for you. One of my favorite things about it is it's super concrete steps of how to do this. So all of those tools, we provide the templates of like, you know, you want to have a diverse parent advisory committee. So how do you do that? So we have like sample matrices and things like that. So I won't go into tons more details and train you all now, but be sure to check that out. That is also, it's just on the homepage of the National Network website. Okay, and this is coming up on May 11th. So this is our national briefing. So every year, this is a annual event. This is a free event, and it is it's for anyone that's interested. It's we kick it off with virtual family resource center tours. There's a virtual family resource center tour of a school-based family resource center and a community-based family resource center. And then the main program, we talk about how we're advancing the field and how the field is being advanced with all of your valuable work. So we'll hear from parents, and just a really great program. And then after that, if you'd like to stick around, there's an opportunity to visit member networks across the country and learn about their work in the field. So registration for that is also on the main page of the National Network website. And also want to share with you that Together for Families conference is coming up in October. So this is for everyone. So whether you're working at the program level or whether you're working at the network level, systems level, anywhere in between, anything, you know, just the family support field, this is a wonderful conference. Highly encourage you to participate. It's there's content around the standards, but there's also other tracks as well. There's advancing equity. I'm trying to remember all of the other ones. There's innovative family support practice, parent leadership integration, shaping policies and systems to enhance community conditions that strengthen families. So it's a mouthful, but yeah, so some of the tracks are there, but encourage you to check this out. We have coming up on May 19th, there's a kickoff event, which we encourage you to check out. So this is registration for this is also on the main page of the website. And we're going to be raffling off some cool raffle prizes, including the book that one of our plenaries published, and a free conference registration and other things too. I can't remember them all, but they're going to be really great. And we'll just be sharing some updates and such about the conference. And that kickoff event is free. So I encourage you to check that out. All right. So wanted to share those opportunities with you, encourage you to stay connected to us. It's been great meeting you all. And we have come to this exciting part of our day where you have the opportunity to demonstrate your understanding of the standards by completing an open book quiz. And we also need you to complete an evaluation to provide your valuable feedback on the training. So a couple things to mention here. You'll need to pass the quiz with at least a score of 70% or higher, as well as complete the evaluation. Both of those are required in order to receive a certificate. So once you have done those, as well as completed all section reflection highlight components, you will be, Mary will actually be the one to email you your certificate, and she'll have those to you within a week. She's super speedy, so likely sooner, but you'll receive an email from Mary with your certificate as long as all of those components are complete. So this does need to be completed by 5 o'clock Eastern today, so within the hour. And if you do need a touch longer, that's okay. We just ask that you please don't bookmark this to come back and do Monday, because the link will be closed and we'll be no longer collecting scores for that. So want to make sure you get that in today. Like I said, if you need a little longer, no problem. If you happen to not pass the quiz the first time, you will have an opportunity to retake it. You do not need to wait to hear from us in order to retake it. Feel free to go ahead and just retake it. You are only able to retake it once though. Okay, so Janice will put the links in the chat box. So you'll see a link for the quiz. You'll see a link for the evaluation. And Janice will also put the link for the section reflection highlight document in, just to ensure that all 5 portions have been completed, as all 3 of those are required. I do suggest that, like, if you click on the quiz, then you copy and paste the link to the evaluation into a separate browser, because if you just click on it, it may open on top of your quiz, which isn't helpful. So before you dive into completing the quiz or evaluation, encourage you to open each of the documents on your computer so you'll be all set to take those. And we will be here for another 30 minutes. So we'll be staying connected. So if you have any tech difficulties, just let us know and we are happy to help you. Are there any questions at all? All right. If you think of any questions at all, feel free to let us know. We will be here. Thank you again for your engaged participation. It was so nice to meet you all. Mary and I have really loved getting to know you, and I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you so much.